We are live. Yes, we had some difficulties, but now I think we have it. Zach is playing against a very strong opponent today. I'm sorry. Playing against Robert Baskin. Zachary Saine with the white pieces against Robert Baskin from Germany. So now we are live on Twitch and also on YouTube. Perfect. That's great news. So yeah, we had some problems. Everything was a little bit late. We are sorry about that.
Just subscribed. Yo.
Okay. Thank you for subbing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, so now we can... Oh, the game is actually already started. Wow, that was quick. So we had e4 on the first move. And Robert Baskin goes with d5 into the Sicilian. Yeah, exactly. It's like a little bit of delay on the live board. So the live board is probably not updated yet, but our board is working. By the way, chat, can you even hear me? That would be great. Can somebody confirm if they can hear me? Yes. Yes. Okay, perfect. So everything is working. That's surprising, maybe. Because that's like the first stream where everything is just working. That's perfect. You can hear me. Nice. And we get some moves in. Maybe some knight off. Yes, we get knight f6. And now I think we will get knight c3, and that's right. And now his opponent is thinking. Zach is playing a very strong opponent today. I did not have the chance to introduce him. His name is Robert Baskin from Germany. He is an IM, and he is well over 2450. And yes, a6 on the board, we get the knight off. And we get f3. Okay. It's like one of the rarer moves. It's like not the main move. Also not the second most played move, but f3 is fine. So yeah, that's probably transposing to align with bishop e3. So yeah, f3 is just completely fine. You can do that if you want. Oh, nice to see some of you back from the last time I was commentating. Bournemouth fan and lyrical plays. I remember you. That's very nice. So on f3 we had e5. Now I think we'll have knight b3. Yes, that's true. Knight b3. Now he will go bishop e6 or bishop e7. Yeah, bishop e6. And now bishop e3 probably. Yes, exactly. This is also a line I play sometimes. And yeah, now black can develop with bishop e7, knight bd7. You can also play like b5. But yeah, this is just like a normal knight off setup where you put the bishop on e3. The main move is to put the bishop on g5, but bishop e3 is also just fine. It's a good variation, I think. And yeah, now we have maybe the first time where somebody's already thinking. Oh no. Okay, so Robert Baskin decides to go for h5. And Zach played... What did Zach do? I have to figure that out. Queen d2. Okay, yeah, that's normal. Robert won't stop staring at the camera. Yeah, Maybe. Now he's famous after the stream. Yeah, so maybe not because of that reason. So queen d2, and now I think Robert is just deciding on which move to play. There are bishop e7 or knight bd7. He goes for knight bd7. And yes, this is the theory. In the night off, there's like the theory is just crazy. Like some variations have like 35 or even 40 moves, and that's just unbelievable. Yeah. Is Hans streaming his games? No, Hans is not streaming, I think, because you don't really do that when you are like in the best of the world. When you are an elite chess player, you don't stream your over the board games. I've never seen something like that. Actually, Hans had like a huge win for his career at the Grenke Open. I was also there. And yesterday he was in Germany, where I also live, and he won the Grenke Open. Not the classic where Magnus Carlsen and Ding Liren and all the great players played, but he won the Open. And yeah, he played very well. My favorite moment was he um, when he had the mic on the closing ceremony, and then he was supposed to say something, and then he just says, "I think the chess has spoken." That was just like amazing. Okay, so we have a move. Bishop e2, yeah, that's fine. You can do that. I would have castled long, I think, but bishop e2 is also fine. Like just developing, and then eventually you want to break on the king side with h4, g4, or h3, g4. You have like some ideas. Sometimes you even go f4 or stuff like this. Basically, you castle long and black stays in the middle, or maybe in some variations he castles short, and then we get like an open attacking game, which will be exciting. So yeah, last game we had where Zach played against a very strong opponent did not go well at all. I don't know if you saw that, if everybody saw that, but I think many of you remember, he actually lost in 11 moves. And now we are already on move 10, and I predict that in this game he will last longer than 11 moves. I will predict that. I'm very sure. Okay, we have a move. Rook c8. I think it was Rook c8. Um, just a second. Yeah, Rook c8 played. Yeah, at least 11 moves of theory, probably even more. But yeah, so yeah, I think maybe Rook c8 he doesn't know anymore because that's like not the main move, but it's just completely fine. Oh, the stream is mute? You can't hear me? Somebody in the YouTube chat said that the stream is mute. Is that the case? That would not be great. Okay, you can hear me fine. Oh, I also remember you from the Twitch chat. You are amazing. Nice to see you. Okay, yeah, okay, so the stream isn't mute. So that's good news. I was kind of concerned that we had some technical problems again, but that's not the case. Okay, yeah, it's not muted, okay. Yeah, no problem, it's fine. I was just worrying a bit, but yeah, now that it's working, that's great. And there was like some question. Oh yeah, the link to the live games you can find with like a command. I think you do live board. That should work. That's at least on Twitch. I'm not sure if that's the same on YouTube, but I guess so. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but it should be the case. How did you find the Grenke Open? Seeming you were there. Yes, I was there. I played in the A Open, and the tournament itself is just amazing. They said it's the biggest tournament in the world, and that's just like that's amazing. And there were almost 3,000 players. So yeah, I've never played a tournament this big. That's logical. It's like the biggest tournament in the world, and it was amazing to play in the same playing hall with like all these great players, with Magnus Carlsen, Ding Liren, Richard Rapport, Maxime Gila-Graf, Vincent Keimer, and just everybody of like the elite, like the best in the world, and also in the Open, Eric Gaisi, who was also playing in this tournament in Menorca actually. So yeah, that's just amazing to play with everybody. And many people actually played in Grenke in Germany and then took a flight to Spain to play in Menorca on the next day. So yesterday, yeah, Niemann is also in Menorca. So a lot of those players went from Germany instantly to Spain to play there. And yeah, Zach also asked me to come with him, but that's not possible for me because it's like I also have to go to school like at least some days. And yeah, I'm also playing another tournament in Spain in the next week, and that would be too much. Can you say hi, please? Yes, I can do that. Hi. Oh, you saw Alessia Santaramos videos about Grenke Open. Yeah, I played again, not against her, but like next to her. She was just sitting maybe two boards on my side, so that was like pretty good. And yeah, I saw like so many famous people there, and that was amazing. Yeah, for me the tournament did not go that well. So I lost maybe 40 feeder points, but I also have K factor 40, so it's like a decent amount, but it's not the end of the world. So yeah, it's not great, but in the next tournament I can win the points back. So yeah, I had like a performance um of like 2000 kind of, and I'm rated 2134, I believe, at the moment. So that's like not great, but it's still just fine. Oh, last time you were 17-year-old, now you're 18-year-old, Max. Wow. Happy birthday. Oh, I don't have a title yet. I'm trying to work on it, but not yet. But I'm grinding every day, and yeah, soon I'll have like a title. My goal was to have like at least a CM title after Grenke Open and like the next, but that's not possible. So yeah, it's a little bit sad now. So it's possible. It's like not impossible, but it's just hard because I lost some points. What's your opinion on the fact that every player under 2000 FIDE rating got free rating points? Yeah, so I think there was like some point I to like be closer together. So that's kind of good, I think. And yeah, it was just because like the difference was too big between like the normal players and the players who have just started. So I think it was like a good change to make it like evener. But yeah, I just think it was like pretty good. And it's also nice for the people under 2000 to just get some points. Okay, so let's get back to the game here. We have not been there in a moment. So yeah, Zach has just many options. I think the most natural would just be to castle, to long, and oh no, he castles the short way. Okay, that's you can do that, but that's not really the point of the knight of I think. So it is completely fine. You can do that. It's not a mistake, but that's just not if you want to play like the best moves according to the engine, that's like inaccurate maybe because your goal is to castle the long way and then attack on the king side. And now your king is like not in danger, but because of this pawn structure, it's like a little bit misplaced. So this diagonal from a7 to g1 might be kind of weak in some positions. And yeah, it would be better for your king if your pawn was still on f2 and not on f3. So yeah, it's not a mistake, but maybe like a slight inaccuracy, in my opinion at least. The engine says it's uh, slightly better for black already. He goes h4, which is like kind of a logical move. Also, bishop e7 just looks like perfectly normal. You can also do that. Or some move like knight b6 to go to c4. So yeah, there are like many options for black here. Yeah, if you want to find out something about me, that's like a command. You just put my name. I'm Max, and that works on Twitch and also on YouTube, and then you can just find out like a little bit about myself. If you have further questions, please ask me. You can ask me about anything. Oh, who do you think will win the candidates? That's a good question. I think it will be Caruana, but Caruana is the favorite in my opinion. Caruana and Nakamura. But yes, I predict Caruana is gonna win. But I don't know. Also, I'm seeing that in the YouTube chat the command doesn't work, right? Well, that's not great. I don't know. In the Twitch chat the command works, I can tell you that. I don't know about YouTube. Oh yeah, you looked my tournament up in Grenke. Yeah, so 4 out of 9. It's yeah, it's not like completely bad, but it's also not good. It's not what I wanted. We have a move, bishop e7. Yeah, just developing most normal move in the position, I think. And yeah, it's not bad, but still, it's not really what I wanted. And I drew against like 5 people rated a little bit below me, and that was not good. But still, yeah, 2 FMs in the first round, and first game was a draw, and I played pretty well, I have to say. And the second game was also, I thought at least it was just a draw, but it was not that easy. But still, I could have just held that draw. But yeah, it is what it is, I guess. So it's Zach's move. You could go like a4 here. That's at least what the engine wants. I don't know if he will do that. the idea is probably to just restrict Black's play on the queen side, because he maybe wants to go b5 in the future. But yeah, it's not obvious if he really wants to do that. But a4 is just like a pretty nice positional move. You want to go a5 next move, so a4, a5, and then you are blockading the pawn on b7, and also you control the b6 square, which is like a weakness for black, and then you can maybe put a knight on b6. So that's a plan, a4, a5. But yeah, it's not that easy to find. Maybe it's logical, but I'm not sure if Zach will play it. You can also just develop with like a move, for example, rook fd7, or you can even go f4 immediately. So that's probably the interesting move. So f4, make it on the board, and now maybe you are kind of threatening f5, because then the bishop would have to take on b3, and when you can control d5, then it's like probably a pretty good position for you. And okay, the engine says just ignore everything. b5. Yeah, okay, so you don't want to take on f4. Okay, I can show that. That would not be great if you take here, then you take back. And now your d6 pawn is like a slight weakness. This is also fine for black, but I think if he plays f4, that Robert Baskin won't take the pawn, because now you have like this permanent weakness on d6, and yeah, you have a square for your knight. So this knight on e5 could be pretty good, but still, I slightly prefer white here actually. But yeah, it's also fine. So you can go f4, but then you're kind of admitting that you made like some mistake, because you just moved the pawn to f3, and if you move it once again now to f4, then you spend 2 moves, and you could have played f4 in 1 move. So you kind of just wasted a move. You could have just had this setup with short castle and then f4 immediately. So f4 is maybe like the critical move, but also like not psychologically not perfect to play. Yeah, because it's just not that easy to admit that you kind of wasted a move. So I'm not sure. Yeah, this is not a 1700 rated opponent. No, actually not. Actually, like the opposite of like a weaker player. Robert Baskin from Germany. I think he's rated 2466. 2466. So that's like very, very high in my opinion. I also kind of know him. He's from Germany, and I saw him at like some tournaments already, and also there was like one party at like the youth championship where we were like together. So yeah, I kind of know him personally, but I'm not sure. Oh yeah, yeah, in the stream it says he's playing Tobias Kölle, also from Germany, but that's not true. There were like some difficulties on chess results, and yeah, I don't know, it was just very, very hard to understand, because first of all, it said that Zach is playing with the black pieces against Robert Baskin. After that, it said with the black pieces against Tobias Kölle, and now it said with the white pieces against Robert Baskin. So 3 different things that the chess result said. And yeah, now it's with the white pieces against Robert Baskin. And I told him this, and he also obviously knew who he was playing. And now he only had the time to change the title on YouTube and not on Twitch. So we are streaming on YouTube and also on also on Twitch, so he just had the time to change the title on YouTube. So yeah, now. Yes, exactly. In the YouTube chat, the thinker. Exactly right. That's also what I think. If you go bishop e3 and f3, you should castle long. Because that's just way more natural. Castle long and then some just play like g4, h3, g4, or something like this. Because if you castle short, then as I said, you just wasted a move if you go f4. And eventually you should go f4, in my opinion. We have a move. Looks like rook ac1. I'll just confirm that. Yes, probably it was rook ac1. Or I can also put like the live board. Oh, that's perfect. We have a live board here. Okay. And the live board does not have delay. So I can also check on the live board. Okay, that's perfect. So rook ac1, not the best move. Now there is like a chance for black. Already there's a chance for black to be slightly better. If you play a knight b6 with the plan to go to c4, so knight b6, and after that knight c4, and yeah, now black is already like slightly better, so not perfect, not a perfect start, especially against like such a strong opponent. When you're already just slightly worse and then the opponent is just like such a good player, then it's hard to come back from this. But yeah, obviously it's like not over. It's far from over. But yeah, maybe knight b6 and knight c4 could be slightly unpleasant. So yeah, black has played perfectly with 99.5% accuracy. But yeah, what do you expect? It's basically everything was theory. And yeah, it's just normal moves. You know your opening probably, and yeah, then you just develop. And I think Robert Baskin, his opponent, was still in book, so he knew like the moves. But now Rook AC1 is new for him, I think. So this will be probably it will be the first time where he starts thinking. But yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I did not see your question on YouTube. I think you asked like 2 or 3 times now. Who do I think will win the Menorca Open? That's a good question. So Erigaisi was just playing in Grenke, and that's why he might be kind of exhausted, but he's like still the favorite. Almost any tournament he plays, he's the favorite because he's in the top 10 of like the whole world. So in my opinion, he's like the favorite. He also has the highest rating by like 50 points, I think. But I'm just gonna say that the second rated player, Nihal Sarin, is gonna win. I'm just saying that. That's just my feeling because he has not played in the last days and he's like fresh. And maybe because of that, he has like some more chances. But I don't know. So Ergaisi is the favorite. Oh yeah, if Zach plays Ergaisi, that would be amazing. I really hope that I can commentate that game. So yeah, I will commentate around 3 and also around 6. And about the rest, I'm probably not so sure because I don't really have time. But I'll look if I can do something. Maybe I will also do round 9, but I'm not sure about that. Okay, so Hans Niemann is not playing the first round. You say that? Oh wow. So yeah, that's now maybe it's not really surprising because you just won like the Grenke Open. Oh, we have a on the live board we have a move, but not on the video, I guess. So maybe the live board is like even faster than. Oh yeah, we have knight b6. Logical move. And yeah, now engine is giving minus 0.55. And yeah, it's like it's very good if with black after 12 moves if you already have like a slight advantage. So yeah, it's maybe like unpleasant. So what do you do? Knight c4 is a threat, and in some other lines where you castle long, then you give up your bishop, your light squared bishop for the knight, and then you continue your attack on the king side. But here, it would be kind of good for black, in my opinion, if he just gets the bishop pair, because then he has the bishop pair. He can go d5 at some point, and then black is just slightly better. But I have to say it's hard to prevent that because after knight c4, the pawn on b2 is also hanging. So you have to kind of give up like one of your bishops. Probably you will choose your weaker one, the one on e2, to do that. So yeah, I prefer black. I think his opponent also feels like he is doing quite well, but yeah, it's not over, not at all. Schläfst du in Werder Bremen Bettwäsche? Nein, das tue ich nicht. Bin im Zimmer von meinem Bruder. Yeah, some German. Somebody asked if I sleep with like those things behind me from Werder Bremen, from my chess club, but I do not because I'm actually in the room of my smaller brother. So yeah. Oh wow, you are watching Twitch and YouTube. That's nice. That helps. You need the viewers and subs. That helps a lot. Yeah, oh yeah, you saw that I lost 30 rating points in the Grenke Open. Yeah, that's not great. Not great at all. And actually it's like a little bit more because I now have more rating than I had when this 30 points came out. So yeah, but still, it's not the end of the world. Max, will you play the German Youth Championships? Yes, I will do that. I qualified like maybe 2 weeks ago. Yeah, 2 weeks ago I won the youth championship in my state. So now I'm qualified for the German championships. I'm not the sibling of Zach. I've heard that multiple times that we look kind of similar. I think that must be the hair or something. But yeah, I'm not his sibling. I'm just a friend. And I do a lot of commentary for him. And I will continue to do so. Black's next move is to the bathroom. Again, yes. But that's normal, in my opinion. If you have like a position, which you're like, if you just play chess in general, you just get up and just think about something else. Zach told me that he learned about this one metaphor for chess playing. So he said that getting up on the chessboard is like a swimmer taking a rest. So the swimmer is performing his sport in the water, but he is resting not in the water. So you just go away and you just have like some other thoughts. And now he's just like regathering his thoughts, I guess, and yeah, just thinking about something else and just getting fresh. I do that also, like, yeah, exactly, to clear your head. Exactly, yeah. Will I stream apart from Zach's tournaments? That's a good question. Because I'm fairly new to this whole streaming thing, so I'm not quite sure. But I would enjoy to do it. I also would really enjoy to do it together with Zach, because now Zach is streaming like every day, and maybe we could arrange something where we do like one stream together, if that's fine for Zach. If you want to see that, I don't know. But yeah. Oh, Jordan already won his game against an IM. Wow. They're already done. Like half an hour. Wow. Against an IM. Okay, that's crazy. Yeah, maybe that's default because like those live boards are just not working. I had the same problem in Grenke, but maybe. So okay, let's get back to the chat. So the move Rook C1 was not that great. To be honest, I don't fully understand the idea. We have a move, knight f5. Okay. Yeah. Knight f5. Okay. It's logical. The engine says it's like a big mistake already. Oh wow. Oh yes, there's d5. Oh, d5 is very unpleasant. That's not good. That's oh no. No, no, no. Okay, that's not great. Okay, d5 is like a very strong move now. I can show you the lines. First, you might think that d5 is not working because you can take the knight on b6 and then take the pawn on d5. But here that doesn't work because if you take, there's a check and your knight is hanging. So you will just drop a knight. So yeah, that's not great. Hey, thank you for the sub. Thank you very much. But yeah, this would obviously just lose a piece and the game. And so there are like different moves you have to consider. So knight a5 was threatening the pawn on b7. So if you take the pawn on b7 now, what might be logical but just doesn't work. Now there is queen c7 attacking your knight on b7, but there's also the threat of d4. And d4 is just winning a piece, and you can't defend both at the same time. Oh, but good news, he did not find it. He did not find d5. Okay, that's great. After knight f5, we had queen c7. Okay, that's good. Chess.com gives a missed opportunity. Because if you're at the board and you don't know that there is something, you don't really look at moves like d5. Well, you kind of should, but it's just like super hard to find d5. I did not see it, to be honest, so I can fully understand Zach and also his opponent for not seeing this. But yeah, d5 would have been like a very good move. And then it was kind of hard. But yeah, as you say, it's like still minus 0.5. It's because the knight on a5 had like a plan to take on b7, but now queen c7 just prevented that. And now knight on a5 is like slightly misplaced. you always say knight on the rims are dim, and that's kind of true here, I guess, because your knight does not really have like a future. So you can go back to b3, but that's kind of it. And also your knight is not protected, so that's why there are like some tactics you have to watch out at least. So yeah, that's not great. Yeah, d5 is common in the knight off. Yes, that's very true. That's a good point. And but d5 is like the move you always want to play. If you get d5, then you usually have like a pretty good position. But here, because there was like the threat of knight b7 and stuff like that, queen c7 just looks like a completely normal move. But actually, because of tactics, d5 worked. And you say in the YouTube chat that Baskin just realized that. Yeah, and it looks like this. Yes, you can kind of see it, I think. He's a little bit annoyed with himself. Yes, you can really see it. Shaking his head. Okay. Yeah, but still pleasant position for black. But yeah, maybe he's like just a little bit mad about himself now. Because he played pretty quickly. He spent like less than 2 minutes, I believe. Yeah, 1 minute 48 for queen c7. And d5 was just like a very good move. Yeah, exactly as you say. He just rushed it. He didn't really take his time. And I can understand that because queen c7 is just like so logical. But still, if you're an IM, you should consider those tactical moves because d5 is the move you want to play in every position, basically. So you have to at least think about the move every single turn you play. So maybe he should have considered that, but still, queen c7 is like a good move. There was just something better. But still. Um, is d5 much better than queen c7? Yes, it kind of was much better. We have rook fd1. Yeah, but d5 now is actually. Wow, engine is saying d5 is crushing. Oh no. Wait. Yeah, but what do you even do? On d5 is. Okay, wait. d5. It's not looking good. Not at all. Okay, wait. So d5. What happens if you take with the pawn? Then I guess just the knight takes. And on knight takes and knight takes. Now your knight is hanging and there's a threat of. Okay, that's not that great to be honest. Yeah, it's just like knight b3. You take on e3. Queen takes e3. Bishop b3. Oh no, now the queen can take, so that's fine. Okay, wait. But how is the variation going? Wait. So d5 takes. Knight takes. Knight takes. Knight takes. Okay. The engine is saying in that position. Sorry for making like that many moves. It's just like kind of a mess. Engine is saying that you take, and then here you make a quiet move like castle, and then here you're just much better. Or maybe now the engine actually prefers b6. Also logical. And yeah, that's not a great position. Not great at all. And I think that he will play d5. Yes, he immediately goes for it. Yeah, that's not great. So d5 is the move you want to play in every position. And yeah, he gets up again. Like after every single move, he gets up. So yeah, d5 on the board. And that's not looking good. Yeah, it's already looking pretty bad again. I had like kind of a good feeling going into this round because Zach has a very good score against IMs because he won a game against an IM in 80 moves. He drew against an IM in Sevilla where I was together with him, and then he lost like 2 games, but still 1.5 out of 4 is like amazing. Yeah, but the last 2 games against like the strong players, against like Lu Miaoyi, the greatest under 14 girl in the whole world by far, and also this, it's both not looking pretty good. Yeah, but I don't know. How many FIDE-rated games do I need to play for a rating? You just have to play one rated tournament. You need 5 rated games. So every tournament has at least 5 rounds. Almost any tournament. And you can't lose every game and you can't win every game. Oh, maybe it's 9. I'm not sure. 5 games or 9 games. But you just have to play 1 or 2 tournaments and then you have your FIDE rating. So it's not too difficult. Yeah. Yeah, so d5 on the board. It's not looking that good. I do have 2 different engines, and the one engine I have is also, it's playing like -1, and that's the one you see on the live board. And then we have the engine on the live rating, on the live board, and that's just -2.2. So that's not great. And yeah, black is just doing well here. I don't have that much to say. The position is opening up. Black will at least get the bishop pair, open position, good chances. Okay, we have knight takes d5 on the board. Knight takes d5. Knight takes d5 played, and yeah, was not the best move. Because now apparently you can just take and take, similar to taking with a pawn. Basically, there's no mistake. So yeah, I can just show one line again. Yeah, you just take and take, and yeah, that's also what he already did. He took with this knight, and Zach took with the pawn on d5. Now we will see knight takes d5, and black just has a good position. You have to like take a slow pause here to just think about your options, but yeah, knight takes d5 is just the logical move by far. And yeah, it's not looking that good. Now knight b3 is the only move, because the knight is hanging, and also your bishop on e3 is hanging, and bishop c5 is coming. So it's not great. Yeah, to see live board, you can just do the command as you see in the chat. And yeah, it's not looking good, I have to say that. Is the rating system in online chess the same with FIDE ratings? No, that's not the case. There is like a difference between online rating and feeder rating. And yeah, that's not. Okay, wait, I'll get back to you on this. Yeah, so I'll explain that real quick. So the feeder rating is completely different, and it's harder to gain and lose points because you have to play over the board games. And yeah, that's not that easy. And online you can just play as many games as you want, and you can win more points, and also the system is just very different because online there's like some kind of rule. Online you have about 400 points of rating more than you have in over the board. Maybe because of like the changes, that's like not 400 but like 200 points now. But there's like this rule which kind of works for most people. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have a title yet, but I'm trying my best to get one in the near future. 500 for you. Why is his opponent 400 rating higher than him? That's not very fair. Yeah, that's kind of true, but that's like the Swiss system where the all the players are divided into two different piles, and then the first one out of the first group basically is playing against the first one out of the second group. So now in the first round there are like pretty high differences in rating. As you can see here, over 400 feeder rating, but that's just the case in most of the tournaments because the Swiss system is used in basically every tournament. Now there are like some changes, but yeah, still most of the times it's like this. And yeah, it's always like a very nice opportunity to play against like players who are so strong in these big events. There are like so many good players playing, and that's just great if you can play against like those top guys. Or here, he's not like in the elite of the world, but still, I am almost 2500. That's just like a very good player and a very nice opportunity to play against a player like this. Okay, so now Zach is thinking, but there's only one move. Knight b3 is like the only move. Yeah, exactly. Zach is thinking, but there's nothing to think about. And yeah, I don't know what move he's even considering. Because on like bishop f2, for example, there's bishop b4. I can just show that real quick. Now you attack the knight, you attack the queen, and you win the game. So that's just not possible. And yeah, we get knight b3. Obvious move. Now I think we will have knight takes e3. Engine is saying you can also castle. That's also just nice. But yeah, knight e3. If you have the chance to just get the bishop here, I think you don't think twice and just take that bishop. Then you have like very nice position. You have the bishop here. You have better pieces. White's bishop is also just not great. Yeah, as you say, black's position is lovely. Yeah, that's just true. Yeah, that's not looking great. I have to say that. Yeah, knight b3 was forced. Knight b3 was the only move. There was nothing else you could do. And yeah, to be honest, I hate Zach's position here. Just like with the white pieces, you start with a slight advantage, and you don't really want, obviously, you don't want to lose that advantage. And if you just play like normal moves, you just have a pleasant position most of the time. And yeah, here that's not the case. So yeah, White has the honor to start the game, and that's not great if you just end up in a situation like this where you're just pretty down on like for the engine at least, and also like, it's just obvious that Black is just doing very well here. And yeah, I think it's not looking that good. Maybe Zach has to kind of overthink his plans in the night off. Because I think castling short was like his first and only real mistake. Because like for the engine, castling short is fine. But then you have to go f4 and admit that you wasted a move. And that's not great. And because in my opinion, Zach might not be used to like these structures when you castle short, then it's not obvious how you want to continue. And then he played those moves, Rook AC1, Rook FD1, which are like natural moves in many positions, just activated rooks. But here that was just too slow. And Black managed to break in the center with D5. And yeah, now it's not looking good. I have to say that. We have this opponent maybe really thinking for the first time here. And yeah, I don't know, I would just take the bishop on e3. As I said, you can also castle, and White can't really do anything. If he goes back with the bishop to f2, there are also ideas to put your knight on the f4 square, which is a very nice square for your knight. And also you just waste another move, and Black just has like no problems at all. Yeah, so I don't know. You can also castle, but I'm not sure. Yes, exactly. This weak duck square diagonal on f2 is a permanent weakness. Yeah, you can't get rid of that. Especially now when your king is like still on g1. There are always ideas of like some checks there. And yeah, you have to move your king out of the way like soon. But still, it's not great, I have to say that. Because the black squared bishop from Black does not have like a counterpart. So if you take on e3, then there's no black squared bishop for White, and that's why the one from Black is just like a very nice piece, and that's just like a great position for Black. So yeah, it's not looking good, as I said like many times today. And do we have a move? No, I think we don't. Oh no, we don't. And that's just amazing that you know you that you know you yourself like in the chat, and you know about each other. That's just great that you have like connections just in the chat from Zach. So yeah, in the Twitch chat there are some people just chatting around, and yeah, that's just great to see in my opinion. Knight on b3 is misplaced. I don't know about that. Maybe slightly, yes. There are like some squares which is like better, but still, knight is like not your biggest problem. The problem is just that you will lose your bishop there. And yeah, that's what happens. Knight e3, and we will have queen takes e3. Yes, that's what we have. Now I think he's gonna castle. Engine prefers g6 to like protect your pawn, and also there are also some ideas of rerouting your bishop over f8 to h6, and then on h6 your bishop is also amazing because now you can't go to c5 because of the knight on b3, and you could maneuver your bishop from f8 to h6. So that's possible, but still, that's just an idea. You can castle, you can go b5. There are so many different ideas. Clash toot, not this boy again. Well, that's not very nice. If you're talking about me, I don't know. But yeah, today you can only be with me. I can't do anything about that. Okay, yes. So if the knight goes on d2 and you play c4, you will be fine. Okay, well, I don't know about that. And yeah, so knight d2 is now knight d2 doesn't work because of bishop 5. And yeah, he won't play that. We have castles. Very logical move. I think I would have played that too. Okay. Oh, so idea about the stream. The huge red band on the top is too bright for the eyes, especially as it gets darker. Okay. Yeah, I can imagine that. So I don't have control about the stream. I'm just in the call with Zach, and he's taking my audio and my video. But yeah, I will tell Zach about this. I'll actually just write it to him real quick so that I don't forget it. Maybe we can just slightly change that. And yeah, as I see it now, as you mentioned it, it maybe would be good if there would be like slightly less banner and slightly more camera. Maybe you can do like my camera a little bit smaller because I'm like not the important one here, and do like the player's camera like maybe slightly bigger. But yeah, that's my opinion. But yeah, I think it just looks nice still. But if that's too bright for you, I will tell him about that. Yeah, so now he should go king h1, I think. That's just like a very logical move. Get out of this diagonal, which is just very weak. Get out of any tricks with bishop c5, pinning your queen. It does not work at the moment, but still king h1 is just like a very logical move here. Because you want to just get your king to safety. It would be safer if you could just move your pawn backward to f2, but that's not how the game works, and you can't do that. So if you could move your pawn to f2 in this position, then I think black would still be slightly better, but just very slightly, just because of the bishop pair, but nothing huge. So that would just be like a kind of null position, and it would not be completely bad. But now, because of this pawn on f3, this diagonal is just weak. Your bishop on e2 is also weak because it's looking into that pawn. And yeah, imagine you can just move back, put your bishop on f3 maybe, and then life would be great. Well, maybe not great, but okay. With that pawn, it's not that pleasant, I have to say that. You doubt Zach will find king h1. Oh no, I don't doubt that. I think king h1 is just the most logical move by far in this position. You could play a move like c4, start with that, because you want to kind of play where you have more pawns. That's like a good idea always. You want to play where you have your majority with your pawns to potentially create like a pass pawn and also attack the weaknesses of the minority. And yeah, that's why you want to do something with like c4 and then maybe a3 b4 later on, push your pawn to c5, break with b5, something like this. So yeah, we have king h1 as expected. A very useful move, very logical move. I really like this move. It's just the most logical move by far. So yeah, that's just completely okay. And yeah, now it's black's turn, and he has like different options. He can develop his rook from f8, go to e8, maybe to d8 to trade off. But I don't know if he has to do that. Maybe it's better for black to keep the rooks on the board, because white's rooks are pretty decently placed. But still, if you keep the rooks on your board, you have more attackers, and with the bishop here, you want to kind of play actively, open up the board, and it's kind of useful if you have your rooks on the board to do that. So one move would be like rook fe8 to put your rook on the e file where the queen is also standing. That's also always a good idea because of some potential tactics. It's not obvious at all how this might help in the future, but still, the queen is standing on the same file as your rook, and that's always just good. You develop your rook, and that's just a very nice move. You can also go g6 here. I think he will go g6. That's just what I'm gonna predict. To just protect the pawn h5. You have ideas of rerouting your bishop. You can also do like king g7, then rook h8, and then play with your h pawn. So if the rook is on h8, you open up. Maybe you can open up the h file and create an attack. So yeah, that was pretty nice. Okay, yeah, you're talking about analyzing in the chat. Yeah, analyzing is very important in my opinion. So you want to analyze together. That's very great, I think. But yeah, some opponents don't want to analyze because the games are played late, and that's what I really enjoy analyzing, but still I don't really do it in the tournaments with my opponents because I always play very long games, and then it's too hard for me to play like a long game and then analyze and then maybe even play another long game the same day. But if it's one round per day, then in my opinion at least, you should do that. Yeah, so you can, but you don't have to. So don't be mad if your opponent doesn't want to. One of my coaches actually said that analyzing is not that great on a tournament because it's just too exhausting, and I can kind of see that why he's saying that. So yeah, that's another great point. Zach loves to attack, but he has no possibilities for that here, and yeah, that's just very true. There's no clear plan for white. You can push your pawns on the queen side to just win space, and also just kind of create a pass pawn eventually at least. But still, black has like some pretty straightforward moves. Just improve your pieces and then eventually start with like some pawn on the king side. You could play like h4, and if you get the chance, h3. And if you don't get the chance, because on h4 he plays h3, as you say in the chat, you can do that. But still, if you play h3, then you also achieved something, because then there are like huge weaknesses on the black squares around the king. And that's especially great, because you have the black squared bishop, white doesn't, and the queen is also already on the right diagonal. So there are ideas of creating like a battery, so putting your bishop on b8, for example, if you can get that somehow, and then pushing your pawn on e4, and then there are already mating ideas. So that's one idea, and you can also put your bishop on g3 and just dominate everything, or put your bishop on f4, that's maybe even better. And yeah, that's just not what you want with white. So on h4, white probably won't play h3. Or maybe he even has to play h3, because if black gets h3, it's also great for black. And yeah, that's just positionally, I hate this. Because on h4, you have to kind of decide. And yeah, if you play h3, it's not looking good. If you don't, it's also not looking good. So yeah, that's not great. But still, it's far from over. It's just pleasant for black, but it's like not as good for black as the engine says on the live board. Just it says just -2, so that's not the case. Do you know that German guy? Yes, I kind of know him. I saw him at like many tournaments, and one time we spent like an evening together, and we had like some conversation, and yeah, that was pretty nice. And yeah, he's very nice in my opinion. And yeah, I can just say positive things about him. Just got here. What opening was played? Sicilian? Yes. This was a Sicilian Najdorf. Yes, exactly. You guessed right. Yeah, it was a Najdorf, and Zach decided to castle short, and that was maybe not that great because of like his pawn on f3, and now there's this diagonal, and yeah. If you just got here, I can quickly sum up what the position is like, and yeah, I'll do that. So black has the bishop here. Black has like a very nice dark squared bishop, and there's like this weak diagonal from g1 to a7, and this is looking pretty pleasant for black. As I said many times, it's not over, it's far from over, but yeah, it's just not a great position to play. I would not like to be in Zach's spot in this position. I know I'm playing like against a very, very good opponent, and then you have like this position after only 19 moves, which is not that good. Max, who do you think can win Ding Liren? Oh, who do I think can win against Ding Liren? Oh, that's a good question. That's really a very good question. So Ding Liren has been kind of struggling in the last tournaments, also in Grenke. He placed 5 out of 6, and yeah, that's not that good of a result when you're world champion. So I think many people from the candidates have kind of good chances. We get Rook D8. Okay, yeah, that's just a normal move. Trying to trade one or maybe even 2 sets of rooks. Because I can take the rook, he can leave it. He can even decline this rook trade with bishop d3. That looks like a pretty decent move. Bishop d3 is what you want to play anyway to improve your bishop. And now you can decide if you want to trade on d8 first and then go bishop d3, or go bishop d3 instantly. And yeah, it's not easy to decide if you want to have 2 rooks on the board or 1 rook. It's actually pretty hard. I think I slightly prefer to just have 1 rook, because your rooks on c1 and d1 are kind of cramped up a little bit. And yeah, if you don't play like c4 in the future, then the rook on c1 is just kind of bad. And yeah, so that's probably not great, but it's also not the end of the world. So I guess I would take on d8, go bishop d3, and then just take it from there. Then improve my pieces, improve my rook. Then with the bishop on d3, you probably don't want to go for c4, then you can put your rook on e1 maybe, attack the e5 pawn. Yeah, that's a good plan, I think. So take on d8, go bishop d3, rook e1, and then eventually you can even play for moves like f4 to kind of attack the center by black, and yeah, that's nice maybe. So yeah, you can take, you don't have to. You can even go rook d3, and then that's just, oh yeah, maybe you can do that, rook d3, and if you take on d3, you take back with the bishop, or maybe with the pawn actually. Yeah, that looks good, rook d3, and if the rook takes, you take back with the pawn, and then you can trade the rooks if you want, but you don't have to, and you can also push for d4 in the future. And yeah, that would be pretty good, I guess. The problem is just black won't take your rook on d3. But yeah, it is what it is probably. Okay, so rook d3 would be an option. Rook takes d8, bishop d3. Many good moves. And they are also pretty similar in like the rating by the engine. So it's not like a huge difference. I can maybe do some prediction. Oh, could I do arrows? Oh, absolutely. I'm just in like this classroom for chess.com, and so doing arrows is kind of hard because I have like some problem, but I can try. So rook d8, rook. Okay, so that did not work. Rook d8 and bishop d3. That's probably what I would do. So I can just explain the problem. If I right click with my mouse, then like every second time it asks me to if I want to leave like the classroom, and so that's why it's kind of hard for me to draw arrows. But yeah, I can do that if that helps. And I guess so, because it's kind of hard to follow me when I'm just saying like random moves. But yeah, I will do arrows in the future. I will do that, yes. Do I think Zach will get a title? You think he should already have a title? Yeah, well, I think he will obviously get a title. Well, now he's like not that far away from the CM title. Yeah, I don't. He like rated 2032, so only 168 points away from the first title. And because he's like very passionate about chess, and he also just started with his chess career, and actually every tournament he played, he gained some points, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I guess that's the case. So yeah, I think he will obviously get a title. I think FM he can do for sure. I'm not so sure about IM. So basically the same for me. I think I will be an FM. I very confident. But about IM, I'm not so sure. Maybe. We'll see. Um, do I think Magnus will ever compete for World Championship again? Also, interesting question. Well, I don't think so, because the FIDE is not changing like the system in which they play, and then Carlsen won't just come back again, I think. So yeah, if they don't change the system, then he won't come back at all. And even if they do, I'm not sure if he will, because he has achieved everything there is to achieve. Like basically the best player ever to play the game, without like a huge argument. He's just the best. and there's nothing really to play for. If I was him, I don't know, maybe it gets boring if you're just like the best and you win everything a lot of times, and then yeah, he also said this, that it's like not that great, that there's like no competition basically. Yeah, but still. Oh, Zach's posture. Good thing you mentioned. Very healthy, his posture. Okay, well, now it's not that healthy. I have to say that his posture is just awful. Now it's not as bad as in like the last tournaments, but it's also not good. That can't be good for your back if you sit like this, especially for such a long time. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's healthy for you. You vote for C3. Okay, C3 is also a kind of logical move, I think. You could do that. That's not like a big mistake, I think. It's just like a normal move. Yeah, but I think C3 is not the move you want to play if you don't have to. But C3 is fine. You can if you want. Oh, the eval bar's not updated. Oh yeah, that's no, it is. The eval bar in like the actual live board, that's just wrong like a little bit. We have a move. Rook takes d8, yeah, as expected. We will get rook takes d8, and then I predict bishop d3. That's just looking like very, very normal, very logical to improve your bishop. And yeah, we get rook d8. Now bishop d3 is just by far the most logical move, in my opinion. You could maybe try c4, but that's not looking that good in this position at least. So yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, now he is thinking again. That's like a little bit strange, because if you play rook takes d8, there's only one logical answer. So if you're in that position, then you think like, okay, I take, he takes back, and then what do I do? And usually you only make the move when you are sure what you want to do next. So yeah, it's not that big of a deal, but still, Zach is down to 51 minutes, which is fine. So it's not bad, but still, if you take on d8, then it's like it's very logical to go bishop d3. And I don't even see like another very useful move. You can't move your rook because then the c2 pawn is hanging. So if you move to d1, for example, then queen takes c2 will be played. And we did have a move, and it was bishop d3. Yes, it was. Yes, so good move. Now black's turn. Yes, many options here. I have to say that there's like not one good move, and the others are just bad. He has many different options, and everything is just kind of the same. Not the same, but it's like no difference in the evaluation. So for example, I'm trying to do it like with arrows, but it's not easy. For the white side, I can do arrows pretty easily, but for the black side, it's hard for me. Some technical issues. So I don't know why I can't do arrows for black. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Okay, I just don't do that then. What's your elo? If you're talking about me, it's 2134 at the moment, and you can find out more about myself with using that command. There is. You just put my name, I'm Max, and then there's like a small introduction. Oh, we have some stats about Robert. Robert was at 2475 and has one GM norm already. Yeah, that's just, he's a very good player, and he will become a GM. And yeah, so it's clear that he will become a GM. And actually, he was on a tournament with a very close friend of mine, also in the last days in Spain, in Alicante. And the friend, my friend, became IM there. So he did like his third norm, and now he's officially an IM. So that was great. So yeah, actually, his opponent already played an Open in Spain until yesterday or the day before that. I'm not quite sure. Or 2 days ago. 2 days ago was the last round. And then he traveled from Alicante in Spain to Menorca in Spain. Oh, you're asking the Chestnut Life. What's his goal? But I can only tell you what he told me. So obviously Zach is playing now, so you can't ask him about his goals and stuff. But yeah, he told me that he's very ambitious and he has a very ambitious goal too. He wants to be 2300, so an FM when the Qatar Masters are being held. So in like 6 or 7 months, I'm not 100% sure. At the end of the year, he wants to have 2300. That's ambitious, but it's not impossible. And if he plays well, then he can do it. And yeah, then he has chances to achieve like some IM, maybe GM, maybe not. But yeah, everything is just possible. Yeah, exactly. He really wants to play in Qatar Masters, but you need 2300 for that. So yeah, that's ambitious, but you can do that. You can really do that. So we have Black's move. We have so many useful moves. You could play b5 to kind of just improve your pawn structure and win some space. b5 is very, very logical. You can also play like g6 to kind of stabilize, and you could improve your bishop d6. Then there are already ideas of sacrificing a pawn with e4. Just ideas, it doesn't work now, but oh no, that was bishop d6. Okay, it's very hard for me to do these arrows. g6 or okay, wait. I have to do one more and then I'm happy. No. b5, yes. So those are the three moves which the engine is giving, and they just all look natural. There's also our h4 move, and now I think I found out some trick. I have to double click the pawn and then I can make arrows. I think I will do that in the future. So yeah, we have many different options for black. Everything just looks kind of pleasant. You can improve your pieces, improve your pawn structure. I think I would play g6 probably, and then just go king g7 and slowly improve your position. And yeah, it's good for black in my opinion. And do I know what Zach's next tournament after this one. Yes, I do. After this one, Zach will play in Sardinia, in Italy, and I will also do some commentary, I'm sure. I don't know which rounds yet, but if I have the time, I would love to do some of the commentary. So yeah, I think I will do that. And yeah, this is like also a very big open, and yeah, that's what he's gonna play. And he also asked me if I wanted to go with him, and at first I said yes, but then I had some other plans with another open, and now unfortunately it's not possible for me to also go to Sardinia because of too many tournaments, and so that's impossible. Oh yeah, Zach is the dude on the left. He owns this channel on Twitch, on YouTube. Kind of famous, the guy. And yeah, he's my friend. Also, yeah, bishop f6 is also fine. Maybe the bishop is slightly better on d6. But there are so many options here. And black is really thinking here. This is the first time, I believe, that this is like a longer think by the black pieces, by Robert Priep. Not Robert, Robert Priep, Robert Baskin. I'm sorry about that. I kind of confused like some German chess players. This is Robert Baskin. So yeah. Oh, I'm not Zach's boyfriend, no, and I won't be. I can tell you that. Yeah, so that won't happen. I'm just a friend. Exactly, I'm a friend who's a boy, but not his boyfriend. So yeah, that's very true. Oh, you are from Germany and you never heard of him. You mean Robert Baskin or do you mean me? Probably Robert Baskin. Yeah, I have to admit he's pretty well known, but like not at least for me. There are people who I know better because they just play more and I just see them more often, but still, he's pretty well known in Germany, I have to say that. You're Canadian, so you're not sure who to cheer for. Well, if you're Canadian, you should cheer for Zach, because Zach is also Canadian. That would be like very obvious. And if you are in the stream, you have to support Zach, because otherwise this won't work. Because we are all supporting Zach. I kind of know Robert Baskin, but still, obviously I'm supporting Zach. And yeah, that's still that. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm German. I'm from Germany. On YouTube, this command about me does not work, right? If you want to find out something about me, maybe you should come to Twitch, and then you can do like a command, and then there's like a small introduction, so that I don't have to answer like the same questions over and over again. Oh no, Zach's position is not totally lost. Just the engine on the live board is like a little bit going crazy, but that's not true what the engine is saying. So now it's minus 1.75. At least that's what the engine on the live board is saying, but that's just not true. That's absolutely not true. And I don't see how that can be true. It's pleasant for black because it's like a good position. You have the bishop here, you have no weaknesses, and it's very nice to play this. But obviously this is not like a huge advantage for black. It's just pleasant. But it's not minus 1.75. Actually, the right engine I don't know if it's the right engine, but it's still it's still like probably the better engine is saying minus 0.5, and I agree with that. I really do. But now we have still different options, but his opponent is taking the first long think, and that's kind of good news because now the times are almost even again, and maybe they could get into like some kind of time scramble, but now it's not that unfair anymore because the times are like pretty even, and if his opponent has like half an hour more on the clock, that's also just putting more stress on you. But now that it's just evening up, and in like some seconds, Zach will even have more time. That's like pretty good news. But the position is like not great, I have to say that. Yeah, it's very good that Zach is equal on time for once, because usually that doesn't work. I've had the honor to commentate like some games, and I think in almost every game it was not that great with his time, and we were just all concerned about his time management, and he was low on time in like 15 moves, 20 moves. But here he does not have that problem. It's completely fine. So now he has like almost a minute more on the clock, and that's very good to have at least. Is it true that Niemann trashed his hotel room, or just a joke? Yeah, I don't know. Allegedly. Okay, I'm not sure about that. I can't say anything about that. So I'm really I'm really not sure. But I could imagine that. I won't say anything about it, but it's not out of the discussion, so it's possible at least. Oh, I have to kind of look at the YouTube chat too. Pretty hard with two different chats at the same time. But yeah, I will do that. Does Zach still have winning chances? Well, I think it's not looking that good. So, yeah, obviously you can win every game, but here it's hard for me to just think of a way Zach could win. If his opponent blunders badly, that would be like possible. Or if he gets in time scramble or stuff like this, then there's a chance that Zach is even winning this game. But right now, we are very far away from this. And it's also pretty unlikely that Zach will win because his opponent is 400 FIDE rating points higher than him. And yeah, so it's just hard. You're just the way better player, you have a good position. In my opinion, the only thing you shouldn't do is get too low on time for decisions which don't change like the world. I'm kind of talking about this moment here. Now you have so many good moves as I highlighted on the board. g6, h4, b5, bishop d6. Everything is just all right. You have a decent position. But now his opponent is already thinking about maybe like 20 minutes or something like that. And as I say that, we have a move. Oh wow, we get f5. Okay, but this looks a little bit risky. And the one engine actually says that this is a mistake. And yet, wow, f5. I did not expect this move because this is also weakening. Now it's, well, still you can go bishop f6, protect everything, and there are just no weaknesses to attack. But now the logical move, very logical move, is rook e1. That's what I just said like 10 minutes ago. Plan is to take, go bishop d3, rook e1, and now rook e1 is even stronger because you attack the pawn on e5, and you have like some weaknesses to play for. So f5, a very ambitious move. But obviously his opponent wants to win. But yeah, so f5 is not a mistake, not at all. It's just not what I expected. I thought that he would just slightly improve his position and slowly improve his pieces and then get like a big advantage and then convert. But with f5, it's like a little bit different. You're also kind of weakening your king. It's not like not that bad, obviously. I won't say that f5 is a bad move, not at all. But it's just some kind of risk connected to playing like this. But eventually you do have to break with like h4, h3, or with f5. But I thought that he would first kind of play like some slow moves and then decide to break with like f5 or h4 or b5 or something like this. Maybe, as I said, I would have played g6, but it's not obvious to me. So the more I actually see this position, the more I like the move f5, because it's also restricting white's play. Because the pawn on f5 is controlling like the e4 square, which is a key square for white's pieces, and you can't place a knight, you can't go queen e4 anymore. That was like some idea to go queen e4 and queen h7 at the right moment, but now that doesn't work anymore. And black also has the chance to go e4 and create a passed pawn, open up the position, and yeah, I think f5 is better than I expected when I saw it the first time. So yeah, f5 is just completely fine. My rating is 2134 at the moment. Oh, you are really getting deep into the chess scandal world here. Do you think there's a chance Hans Niemann cheated OTB? So yeah, that's that's a difficult question. Very difficult. Oh yeah, if you want to have like the notation and the live board, you can just do the command live board. I will do that myself in the Twitch chat. And then you get, oh no, that's well, that's not great. The command is actually not updated. You get Reykjavik round 9, which I also commentated. Rook e1. Okay, so if some of the mods could maybe change that, I don't know if you have access, but this, oh yeah, yes. It's pinned. Yeah, it's pinned in the chat. Yes, exactly. Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much. What are they doing to prevent cheating OTB? But that's a whole story for itself. To prevent cheating, there are many different rules. Obviously, you can't be on your phone and stuff like that, because that's just cheating and it doesn't get worse like that. But there are many different rules. You can't have your phone turned on. You can't have your phone in a bag which you access during the game. You can't wear smartwatches, and even regular watches are not that great to wear because many people will just say that's also not seen like okay, bishop f6, yes. So logical move. Yeah, so many people don't like to see normal watches even. And then they have like controls where they just control your stuff and with like a metal detector, yeah, exactly as you say in the chat, just control you on your body if there's something electronic. So it's not that easy to cheat, but there are ways you can talk to people. That's also not allowed in most cases, but still you can find a way to communicate with some of your coaches, and it's very possible to cheat in chess. So yeah, bishop f6. Your idea, that's very good. Yeah. Yeah, bishop f6 is a very useful move. Just the best move by far. And yeah, now white's pieces are kind of fine, but it's pretty hard to find like a plan because you can't break with a pawn. You can never do that. Because if you were to play f4, which is a mistake, then there's e4. Now that's just winning the game on the spot because the c2 pawn is hanging. And your bishop has to move away and the pawn is just falling. But even if that pawn wouldn't be hanging, black just has like a passed pawn, connected passed pawn, and that's positionally already over. In this position, everything is just collapsing. So f4 is a very bad move. I would take that from the board. But it's also not that easy to come up with some plan. Now your pawns on the queen side are very restricted at the moment. So it's not that easy to play something because it's not obvious what you even do. So c4, c5 is not that great in this position, I believe, because there's nothing really to achieve. And also black's bishops are pretty active and they can attack your pawns if you move them forward. And it's not that easy. Maybe what you have to do is go queen c5 to trade off queens. And after that, you have to take it from there. But I think Zach won't do this. Maybe he will. I'm not sure. But he told me that he hates like these slow endgames, and yeah, it's not fun playing like a worse endgame against a much higher rated player. You want to have your queens on the board and then just confuse him in like a very complicated position. That's what you want to do when you're playing against a very strong opponent. And you don't really want to trade off queens because then you will likely just get outplayed. But still, it's not easy to find a move. Knight c5 is also possible, and then you can place your bishop on c4, and that's what you should do. Go knight c5, and I can make the moves on the board. You attack the bishop, and the bishop should go back to c8 probably, and then you can just go bishop c4, give a check, king moves away, and now there is the threat of b6. So you can just make a normal move, bishop b3 for example. Your bishop is protected now, your knight is protected, so this is fine. Now you improved your bishop. Bishop is on this very nice diagonal, and you have like some ideas of going knight e6 even, and this is like, this looks decent. It's still much better for black. Maybe not much better, but at least slightly better. But yeah, this is probably what I would do in his situation. And it's on the board. Just as I say that, we get knight c5 on the board and bishop c8. Okay. Bishop c8. Now bishop c4 seems very logical. Oh yeah, exactly. Knight e6 does not work in that position. I can also show that. You give a check. King moves away. And now you might think knight e6 is a fork. And if you take on e6, then it's opposite colored bishops, and that's fine for you, probably. But now the queen can take the bishop. And if you take the rook and the bishop takes back, then this is better for black. He has two bishops for the rook. So this is not a great idea to go down this route. But Zach won't do that, I'm very sure about that. But bishop c4 seems very logical in this position. How about knight d4? Knight d4. Oh no, knight d4 didn't work because of rook takes d4, and then you just blunder the piece. So yeah, that's not that advisable. So knight d4 would not have been a great move. I don't know if you mean at this point, but you probably do. So yeah, that's not what you should do. Yes, exactly. After bishop b3, you could play c3, bishop c2, and then you can decide if you want to. I can make the moves once again. And bishop b3, and now maybe c3, and then you can push your bishop like back to c2 and put it on the king's diagonal, and you have some ideas at least. You have to be somewhat careful, but because of like some tactics, because if you go, no, it should work here. I'll just make the move and check with the engine. Oh, first of all, it's black's move. Yeah, that explains a lot. And okay, so let's just say black makes like a normal move, g6 maybe. Now, okay, c3 is fine. So yeah, c3 is an idea. We also go with knight d3, attack this pawn one more time, and Zach is doing just fine. So yeah, good news. This position is better for Zach than I expected when I saw this this position with the two bishops. But this is just fine for white. Still slightly better for black. But I would definitely go bishop c4, put the bishop on b3. Now that I see this, and I have the help of the engine. But yeah, bishop c4 seems very logical. Shouldn't Zach improve his worst placed piece? That's always a very good idea to improve your worst piece. And here, your worst piece might be the bishop, because your knight on c5 is placed pretty well. And also, it has the idea to go to d3 once the bishop moves. So bishop c4, bishop b3 seems like a logical idea. So then you can go to with your knight to d3, attack the pawn e5, and yeah, it's looking okay. Better than expected, I have to say that. Oh, GM Maxime Legat drew against the CM. Yeah, well, this happens. It's not that easy to win against like lower rated players. And I hate playing against lower rated players. So that's just not for me. You have to win. A draw is not good. Losing would be awful. And you have to just find some resources to just play for a win, and that's not easy. Not easy at all. So yeah, I wouldn't like to be in the position of Zach's opponent here, because you have to win. It's mandatory for you. If you draw the first round, it's already not looking good. You lose like some rating, and you will also get paired to somebody worse than you in the next round, and you don't want that. So you want to play for like the higher places. So if you're Zach's opponent, you have to win this round. Otherwise, it's not looking that good, and you have to fight your way back up. And for Zach, it's normal to lose this game because his opponent is just very, very strong. And if he loses, then it's not the end of the world, it's just fine. He doesn't lose that many rating points, but he has a chance in this game. If he manages to hold this draw, or even somehow manages to win, then he's just having like a nice position. Why isn't Zach drinking water? Yeah, that's a good question. Always stay hydrated. That's actually what I'm gonna do. Thank you very much for reminding me. I'll have a sip of my water. Oh, and I'll actually turn on the lights because it's kind of like getting dark now. You tell me if it's better with lights off or lights on. Yeah, so if this is too bright, then I can turn the lights back off. You just have to tell me if this is better now. So, Zach's still thinking. Both is fine, okay. Yeah, okay. Drinking water in a chess game with over an hour remaining has consequences. I don't know about that. I really don't know about that. Oh, I burned your eyes. I'm very sorry about that. I'm very sorry. Yes, I am also a competitive player. I I don't want to always just talk about me, but I'll do that real quick. I'm 17 years old. I play in Germany. My rating is like 2134, and yeah. Okay, it's better with the light. Yes, it's the Werder Bremen shirt. I can show you like this. Yeah, it's Werder Bremen. That's my club, and I play chess for them. I support the football club, and yeah. Are you looking forward to your next tournament? Yeah, for sure. For sure I am. I will play in Formentera in Spain with a close friend of mine, the one I already told you, who just became an IM like 3 days ago or 2 days ago. And yeah, I'm very happy that I can go to Spain. Zach is also in Spain right now, and I was just I would be very happy to see Zach again. I've actually only met him twice in person in Germany in Münster, and also like in Sevilla where we went together. So yeah, that was amazing. And yeah, I would love to meet him like more, but it's hard because we live pretty far away. Now it's kind of sad that he is now in Spain and I'm in Spain next week, and we just won't see each other. But yeah, it is what it is. Yo, Max, how come your mic is working? Yeah, now we defeated the technical problems. We had like so many technical problems that's like unbelievable because to be honest, this is like the first time in 3 months, and this is like the second tournament, but last tournament in Reykjavik was the first time for Zach where he had live commentary in like an OTB game. So it was like kind of kind of not new to him, but it has been like some time since he did it the last time. So we had to face some difficulties, but now we did it and everything is working. We met up like some 2 or 3 times to kind of talk about the problems, and now we face it and now everything is working perfectly, which is amazing. Is that a football club in the sheets of your bed? Yes, it's Werder Bremen from Germany. Very nice club. Chess club, football club. So yeah, that's amazing. But now Zach is thinking for a decently long time, and I'm slightly getting worried here because now he is down like 15 minutes on the clock, and still it's fine with the time management, but he shouldn't think much longer, but because then he will get into time trouble, and you don't want that, not at all. And here it's just not a position where you have to think for 10 minutes. You can play like a solid move, for example c3, or you go bishop c4, bishop b3. Everything is just fine. So yeah, bishop c4, bishop b3, c3, even b4. That's everything is fine. You really shouldn't spend too much time here. But yeah, it's not that easy. So you would go for the opposite color bishops because it's harder to win for black, and he has more drawing chances. So yeah, that's very interesting for me, opposite colored bishops. Because if it's just the opposite colored bishops, then it's always a draw. No matter if he's like down a pawn or maybe down 2 pawns even, just the opposite colored bishops, it's almost a draw in like every position. But if you have like rooks or queens on the board, then it's different. It's not just a draw. It's actually very far away from a draw. It can obviously be a draw, but if one side has like a bigger attack or better bishop especially, then it's very far away from a draw. So opposite colored bishops would be an idea here, yes. So, but it's not a draw. Not immediately. You think the queen and knight look ugly in those squares. He might be thinking how to avoid danger. Yeah, he could be thinking about stuff like this, but at least in this position, there's nothing concrete. So I think he just shouldn't think for too long. I'm just always saying that because Zach is always taking his time. And yeah, so he should really move. I have like this goal in all of my games, and I have like specific moves where I want to have a specific time. If I start with 90 minutes, by move 26, I want to have half an hour left. So he would have to make 3 more moves and spend no time for them, then he would achieve the goal I always set for myself. And if you're like 5 to 10 minutes or even more below this goal, then you're very likely to get into time trouble. So I think Zach should just make a move. It's not that decisive if you go like c3 or bishop c4 now. You could even go b4. Everything is possible here. But it's also true that you shouldn't rush, because then you can make mistakes, and then it's maybe not so great for you if you just rush with your decision and then you make like a decisive mistake, then the game is just over. So you always have to do like the right thing. Don't think too little, but don't think too much. And here I think Zach should just really make a move. Because if he gets into time trouble with queens on the board, with like a dynamic position, against such a high-rated player, that's pretty hard. But still, it's not far from over. So he just has to move. He has to make a move. Yes, that's true. He needs to take his time to find the best moves, but he has a limited amount of time. So it's obviously he has to find like good moves. That's very true. And he shouldn't just blitz out like a random move to just make a move. But now he has been thinking for almost 10 minutes, and that's like a quarter of his time. And this position is not like a critical position. It's like a position where you spend not too much time because you have to save it for later moments in the game. But yeah, maybe. Oh, for 20 minutes? Has he been thinking for 20 minutes? Can I somehow check that? Wait. I'm not sure if I can. I should be able to see this. I'm not sure. Can somebody confirm the time Zach has already spent on this move? Okay, so is G4 possible? G4 is not possible, no. G4 is not. G4 is not advisable because your king is the most important piece, and the pawns to protect your king are also important. And with G4, you are just completely opening up your king for no real reason, and you're just weakening yourself very much. And I think after G4, it's just dead loss. So that's not great to play like this. Oh, that's true. Zach had the exact same time as the opponent, and now he already spent almost half of his time just in this position. Is that really the case? Wow. Okay, so yeah, I think it is. They were both on like 52 minutes, and now Zach is on 25. So he's really thinking for a very long time. That's not great. Yeah, I hope so too, that he is coming up with something good. But there's just nothing. There are no amazing moves for white here. It's c3, b4, bishop c4. You can also drop back with your bishop to go to f1 and just let it sit there and take it from there. But yeah, it's not that easy, but he just has to he has to make a move. Yeah, exactly. That means that he is not comfortable with the position. But still he has to do something, because otherwise it will be very hard for him to survive in time trouble. This is a very static position. Yes, kind of is. Maybe black can go e4 in the future, but we are pretty far away from that, so it's not that dynamic, pretty static, yes. So c3 would be a normal move, yes. c3 is just completely fine. I would, first of all, I would put my bishop on b3, as we looked at already, and then play c3. But c3 now is also just fine. Yeah, so it's basically every move is fine. You should not play g4, as somebody said in the chat. You should not do that. Oh, and also not knight e6. That's also not a great move, because on knight e6 there's bishop takes e6, and then your knight is gone, and your game is gone, and you can resign. So you should not do that. You really shouldn't. But what Zach should do is move. He has been thinking for so long here. It's like, I can't believe that. Bishop d3. Yeah, we had bishop c8. I'm just trying to check the time. Oh no, I can't actually do that. Oh no, Zach must be think he's losing. I don't know about that. And he is not losing. He really isn't. It's unpleasant, but yeah, exactly. Minus 0.4, but it's not a decisive advantage. It's a small advantage, but it's not losing. It's far away from losing. But he should really make a move. He has been thinking for so long now, and yeah, it's not looking that good, at least with his time. And okay, IMs will crush with that. I don't know about that. That's not the case. It's like a small advantage, and you can convert that into like a winning position, but it's not that easy. So he has to make a move. He really has. What is your favorite Werder Bremen player? I have to go with Christian Groß. He's just a legend. Christian Groß, best player in the world, I believe. So still no move. 21 minutes. I don't know what Zach is calculating here. Maybe we have to find out why he is taking so long. So let's see, what are we not seeing? So does anybody in chat have an idea of some variation? So because I don't really see how Zach is spending so much time here. Maybe he's... I don't know. I actually don't have idea. Bishop c4, king h8, and then knight... Oh no, this line we already had. On bishop c4, king h8, for example, you can't go knight e6, because then your bishop would be hanging on c4. So that's not possible. Best player in the world is every Bayern Munich player. I completely disagree with that. Not even first place. And they won't win this year, so I don't agree. And nobody likes them. Yeah, exactly. Zach should not... Let's get back to the chess. Zach should not trade the opponent's rook for his 2 pieces, because that's just not that great. And yeah, that's a pretty good line actually. Bishop c4. I'll just show that on the board. And now you can't go bishop e6 because of bishop e7. Exactly, yes. Yeah, very nice line. So bishop e6 would be kind of a logical move, because after bishop e6 you can't take on e6 because the knight takes back, and there is a fork, and white is winning, so you can't take. But you have like some tactic. The bishop is only protected by the knight, so you remove the defender of the bishop now. You go bishop e7, attack the knight on c5, and if the knight moves away, then your bishop on e6 is unprotected. So you can't do that. If you trade the bishop, you take on c5, and now you attack the queen, and you attack the bishop, and you win the game. So this is a very difficult variation for most of you probably, but Zach will see this. So Zach is not thinking about this line, because that's just losing. And now I don't know what... Oh, we finally have a move. We finally have a move. It was b4, I think. He played b4, yes. Thank you very much. Yeah, b4, good move. I like the move. I don't like the time he spent to play this move. I don't like it at all. I told you about my goal. 26 moves and half an hour. And now he only has 19 minutes, and he does not have like the magic 26 move. And it's not that easy to play with this little time left, especially because the position will get messy probably and more complicated, and it's not great. So yeah, b4 is not bad. b4 is a good move, supporting the knight and also grabbing some space, and you want to move your pawns where you have the majority. You sound German. That's because I am. Yeah, I am German. Yeah, so exactly. So you want to move the pawns where you have the majority. So b4 does make sense. You can follow up with like d4 at some point, not in the next move, but still there's the idea at least. And yeah, it's not so easy for black here to make progress. And yes, there is 30-second increment. That's basically at every over-the-board tournament, there is a 30-second increment for every move you play. So if you do a move, then you get 30 seconds added to your clock. Yes, Sardinia will also be very beautiful, I have to say that. I think it will be a great tournament, and I would love to be there. I've actually been there once for a holiday, and it's just very nice. And also the tournament is looking very good. It's, I have to say that. And so, yeah, I'm looking forward for Zach. I'm very happy for him that he can go to this many tournaments and that I can support him with like this commentary. And also, I get I get to do like my hobby with chess, and I get to talk to all of you. So this is like very nice for me. And I really enjoy this. So yeah, I would love to continue commentating for Zach, and I think that I have the chance to do that. So there's no bonus time at this tournament. Oh, I did not check out the time. Do you get more time after 40 moves? That's very interesting. I have to see that because that's kind of decisive. I did not check the time. So if you don't get another half an hour, then it's looking very bad for Zach because he has like so little time. But I'm not sure. Only increment? Only increment, wow. Okay, wait. I'll confirm that real quick. I'll check in the regulations about if I can just find the time. So I'll just need like 1 second here to. Oh yeah, you guys are right. Oh, this is not good. 90 minutes and 30 seconds increment and nothing more. So yeah, this is not good. Then I completely don't understand why Zach spent this much time just for one move. I really don't understand it. He spent 26 minutes and 15 seconds. 26 minutes. That's almost a third of the whole time you get for the game. And not in a critical position. So this is not great. Yeah, that is horrible time management. I do agree. That's really not great. But yeah, it's I don't know why Zach spent so much time. Imagine he just played like bishop c4, bishop b3 instantly, or he played b4 instantly. Then everything would just be fine with like no time disadvantage. This position would be fine. Not great for white, but also not horrible. So yeah, it's not that not that great to just be this low on time. Especially because you don't get bonus time now. You can never go to the toilet. If you think for like another 15 minutes, then you are in time trouble for the rest of the game. And if your opponent has like 40 minutes or half an hour maybe, then he can think as long as he wants. He can also go to the toilet, stand up, but you have to sit there and just you can't get up because there's nothing you can do. Okay, and that's why he doesn't drink water, yes. But water is very important when playing chess. So it's not that advisable to not drink anything. But still it's not easy. And we already have a move. King h7. Okay, look. Oh wow. Now the engine is saying g4 is a good move. But Zach will never in a million years play this because this is like crazy to go g4 here. Okay, but yeah, you can kind of... Wow, g4! Oh, okay, well, I'm not so sure. Because at first you think g4 is just weakening your own king very, very much, and it's just looking crazy. As you say, g4 is insane. But if you really look at it, you're also weakening Black's king. But yeah, I'm not sure. So g4 is the best move according to the engine, but it is a little bit crazy. Yeah, exactly. As you say, g4 is like very difficult for Zach. Exactly as you say, against an IM with 25 minutes less on the clock. But yeah. Oh no, he didn't calculate so much for g5 because in the last move the king was not on h7. So he did not calculate this much if he wants to go g4 or not. G4, not g5, sorry. No, that's not why Zach took like almost half an hour. But yeah, so g4 is just like crazy. If he plays, maybe Zach will play this. Because you can just kind of see that g4 is not losing instantly, and you create counterplay. And I know that Zach is a very active player, and that's why he always wants to complicate things and wants to attack. And this would kind of be a move Zach would play. I had the feeling when we were together in Sevilla on our tournament that Zach is just like crazy. Not crazy in general, but with his chess moves. Some are just looking crazy, but they have like good ideas. G4 here might be a Zachary Saine move. You don't know about that. You never know. But he's still obviously he is spending some time. And yeah, it's not easy. Not at all. Oh yeah, my name and my rating. Yes, exactly. Thank you very much. Max Weidenhoefer is my name. So yeah, I don't know if we will get G4. Zachary Insane. That's a very nice nickname. I have to remember that. I really do. Zachary Insane. Okay, if he plays G4 in this position, then I will give him the nickname for the rest of his life. G4 is not out of discussion here. He might play it, but it's crazy. So it's I don't know. G4 is too aggressive and risky against a 2400 player. It's very risky and it's also very aggressive. But exactly because of this reason, you might try it. Because to be honest, you don't have anything to lose. You can just try to create like chances, even with like a crazy move like g4. But still, it's not very easy to find this move. Because let's just make g4 on the board, just to look at it for one time. Now there are different possible moves. Oh wow, look at this. The engine suggests b6, attacking the knight, and now, apparently, the second best move is Zachary Insane goes for g4. Oh my god. Zachary Insane plays g4. Wow. g4 is on the board. Okay. We have a very interesting game now. He goes g4, he just dupes his pieces, and now we see his opponent leaning into the position, deep diving. Wow. g4. That's just crazy. But it's probably the right thing to do. I guess so, yeah. Okay, let's look at some variations. It's very complicated now, and I will try to do this as easy as possible, but it's not that easy, to be honest. So, the only move for black to have a slight advantage is to take this pawn. Then you obviously take back. Now you can't take another time because your pawn is pinned. And this is why you have to make like another move. You could throw in like a check. And oh, what did I do now? All of a sudden my boar. Oh, okay, I did fix it. You can throw in like a check, attack the knight, but then you attack the bishop, you take the knight, you take the bishop, and the queen takes the pawn, you take the pawn, he takes here, you take there, you take there, rook e7. This is very far from the game, but this might be some variation. And I think in this variation, Zach would be able to hold a draw. This is a 3 against a 4, and he has very good drawing chances here, especially because black has double pawns. So yeah, this is far from the game. Let's kind of go back. This is just one line out of many, really out of many lines. The only thing that we can say is once your knight is attacked, okay, it's also fine to move backwards, but the better move is to go g5 to attack the bishop. And now it's just equal. The engine is saying it's 0, 0, 0, as always. If it's just like a crazy position, it's always 0, 0, 0. Yeah, but I don't understand anything here, to be honest. You take the knight, take the bishop, you take back, you take here. And now it's a 5 against 5 with the pawns. And both kings are not too safe. But it's looking fine. It really is. G4 is like Zachary insane. That's unbelievable. Oh, I can't believe he played g4, but it's the right thing to do. He only has like 15 minutes left, 14 and a half to be exact. But still, it's the right thing to do. You have nothing to lose. You can play for a win, and still, if you lose this game, it's not the end of the world. And if you manage to pull off some crazy result when you play g4 in this position, that would just be like a huge result for him. If he manages to like kind of fizzle out into like some drawish position. So yeah, that would just be great. But still, g4. I can't believe he did that. Zachary insane can draw this. Yeah, he really can. But he has to speed up in the next moves. And it's not easy to find at all. So let's just play b6 one more time. The engine says g5 is fine. Knight takes a6 is kind of fine, but not great. But another good move is knight e4. If Zach plays like this, then I don't know. Then you all have to sub. You have to do something because you get like a very nice show for this. Knight e4. That would be like amazing if he finds this. So if you take, queen takes, king goes back, and now it's a perpetual check, and it's just a draw. The king goes somewhere. You go. It's very fast. I'm sorry for this, but we don't have that much time. So if you go like back, then you give it check, you give it back, and now it's just like always repeating move. This is a very difficult variation, but if he plays knight e4, that would just be unbelievable. It's very hard to see knight e4, but still, it's possible, and it's not that difficult. Maybe if you kind of if you're already crazy enough to go g4, then you're also crazy enough to go knight e4. But this is just very complicated. So yeah, this is a very crazy game now. You can't believe that the IM played king h7. How accurate is that? You'd have thought that king h8 was better. Yeah, I think. Well, he's an IM. I'm not. But I have to say that I think the king on h8 is like better placed because on h7 it's standing in like the bishop's diagonal, and there are ideas. For example, g4. He saw g4, but he just thought that it's way too crazy for Zach to play it. But he did not know that he's playing against Zachary and Saine, and that's why we now have this very crazy position on the board. And I'm not mad at him that he went king h7, because now it really is maybe it's not a game for 3 results. I wanted to say that, but that would kind of be a lie. But yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Because the most likely result in this moment is maybe a draw. But as you say, you have to calculate on your opponent's time. You have to play accurate moves. And if you play like 5 to 6 accurate moves, then you have like a drawish position. But that's pretty hard. But it's not impossible. What if his opponent is experiencing chess blindness and played king h7? Well, king h7 is not a huge blunder, not at all. It's a decent move. It's not the best move. It was like an inaccuracy, but it's fine. And maybe he even wanted to provoke g4, because he thought g4 is just a bad move for white. Maybe that was the idea, and now he's kind of seeing that g4 is actually a very good move. So maybe he just wanted to provoke it. But yeah, I don't know if that's like necessary. You give your opponent the opportunity to play a move like this, and he doesn't have to. He can decide if he wants to or not. And yeah, it's very, very difficult, this position, I have to say. And yeah, exactly. There's like no delay basically. So I'm in a Discord call with Zach, and I see the moves on the board before I see the moves being played on the camera, which you also see in the stream. But I have the camera without delay. But still the moves on the live board are being played faster than I can see that on Discord. Okay, I just looked at another very nice variation, because you said e4 is strong for black. And maybe e4 was like kind of the idea. Maybe, well, maybe not. But on e4, on f takes e4, it's a draw. But now there's a brilliant move here, which is almost just winning. Knight takes e4, sacrificing a piece. And if you take back, then it's mate in 12 actually. Like this. You go here, queen h7, go to f8, queen h8, go here. And now, a very nice move. I'll leave this on the board for like a few seconds. Maybe you can find out. White to play and win on the spot. Mate, like a small tactic. Exactly, bishop g6. Wow! Only move is takes. Queen takes h5. Checkmate. So, e4 is very unlikely because that's not the move you want to play. But still, if he does it, then knight takes e4, and that would be one of the best games Zach has ever played in his life. I have to say that. Oh no, I'm not Zach's brother, I am just a friend. Just a friend doing the commentary. Okay. Why is that I am wearing a watch? Yeah, that's like, if it's not a smartwatch, then it's fine in some tournaments, but in other tournaments not that it's not that it's not fine, not at all. In some tournaments you can wear a watch, but not in all of them. But here it's fine, I guess, if his opponent is wearing a watch. I can't see that at the moment. But yeah, it's not that obvious if you are allowed here, but I guess yeah, he is. Yeah, so you are allowed in most of the tournaments you're allowed to wear like normal watches. Okay, so there are so many variations that's unbelievable. And no, I'm not titled yet. Almost there. And do I know that I am? Yeah, I kind of know him. He's also German, just like me. And I've seen him at some tournaments and also talked to him in person. And he's very nice, I have to say that. And also very funny, just like Zach. Yeah, so, okay. It's like some concrete lines. It's e4 after take. Okay, I'll look at that. So takes is the best move for black. It's also the most logical move. And now queen c6 is very logical. Improve your pieces, give a check. Okay, if you go e4 now there is. Oh wow! Now this is the only move. Okay, so this is a very nice line you pointed out, because e4 is attacking the bishop and is threatening bishop d4, and it looks like you're collapsing, but you have one trick. You can give a check and escape this pin on the queen. So bishop d4 is not possible. And now on king g8, now another only move, bishop d4, only move to keep the game going. And here, this is the only move, so a lot of only moves. And I'll just do what the engine says. And now there's a perpetual check again. I'll just make the moves on the board. I'm not seeing this myself, and this probably won't happen. But here, I'm just making the moves. This is a very crazy position, and I don't know what's going on. I don't know at all. And here you can probably just. Oh no, here. It's very far away from the game, I know that. But in this position, King C7 would be a draw, but you can go King E5 into the center. And then after like a check, it's very crazy. You take on F5, your king is on F5, and I don't know what's going on. And yeah, this is very far away. So we have to. I'll go back from this variation because this will never happen. But it could happen. We have takes, and I'll just refresh the live board. Takes, and B6. Okay. Now G5 is kind of the only move. So his opponent played like the best line. And now B6 on the board. And now the idea with knight E4 does not work. Because now you can just take and go back. And now there's no perpetual check. Because now the bishop it's very, very difficult to see this, I have to admit. But now if you do your idea, there is a check. And you can attack the rook. You threaten so many things. This is very difficult to see. I'm always just saying that. But yeah, this is a crazy position. So here, the idea with knight e4 does not work. So that would be like a blunder. And another move would be if you give a check now, you should always look at checks. Always give a check. It might be mate. That's some advice, which is not very good, but still. And now black can do a blunder. Can go to g6, and now it's mate. That won't happen, but there is a very, very small chance. King g8. Here you have so many difficult moves. This is just unbelievable to play this with like 12 minutes on the clock. Here you can go g5. Your knight is hanging, by the way, but you just ignore it. And if the bishop takes, then you are completely winning. Because now you give a check, you give it check, and you will mate the king somehow. And I'm sorry for all those crazy lines, but I can't explain this, so I'm just doing the moves the engine is suggesting. And yeah, so back to the game. So G5 would be the best move. But on queen h3, king g8, bishop b4 check, king f8 is the only move. And on g5, you can give it back, king g1 only move, and now you take the knight. You take the bishop. The only move to not be mated instantly is queen f6, take the pawn, and you have some position where it's not great, but you have 4 against 4, and both kings are weak. The problem is probably those 2 pawns will become pretty strong in the future. So yeah, this is, as you see, it's just completely crazy. So I can't explain any of those moves. Not at all. Okay, we have a move. And he played queen h3. Yeah, so g5 was only move to kind of keep equality. And now apparently it's not it's not that great. It's -1. King G8 is the only move. So we can make that on the board. That will happen anyways. And now it doesn't matter if you go bishop c4 or g5. It's exactly the same. Not the same variation, maybe? Oh, it is the same variation. Yeah, we have king g8. And now we need bishop c4 or g5. I think we will have bishop c4. But it's so hard to play this position. So let's just check. Bishop c4. The king has to go to f8. That's the only move. Now the king is also kind of weak. But your pieces are kind of hanging. Your knight is hanging. If you move your knight, your bishop is hanging. Your king is completely weak. And in this position, if you don't find g5, then you're just completely lost. And no human can find g5. Because he doesn't have to find g5 in this position, but he has to see g5 even here. Now he has to calculate with 10 minutes, and he does not get any time. And he has to see bishop c4, king f8, and then g5. Just completely ignoring the threat on his knight. g5 is the only move. But now, black has only one choice to save the game. This is completely crazy. It's unbelievable. So, if you take the knight, then you're just completely winning because you take with check. And now you have like a huge attack and you will win the game. You will completely crush your opponent. So you can't do that. I'm sorry again that this is just way too complicated for basically everybody here, including myself. But this is just like a crazy position. And yeah, I don't know what to make of this. So g5. Only move here is to give a check. King moves. And then take. And now after take, takes, we get this position. Or maybe not. Oh yeah, here we have takes. We get this position with like the two strong pawns, which might become like strength because they can push forward and create a passed pawn. They are already a passed pawn, but like use the pawns and run them forward. So yeah, very difficult here. This is very good for black, but they both have to make it this far. They have to even see this. So if Zach does not play bishop c4, he has the option to go g5 instantly. This is maybe like the more human way to do it. Because with bishop c4, you are putting your bishop on a square which is not protected. And that's just like difficult to see. He has 8 minutes left, so one of the most difficult positions I have ever seen Zach have. Probably the most difficult position I have ever seen in one of Zach's games. I have to say that. And he only has 8 minutes for the rest of the game. Very different from other games. I also commentated one game where everything was just very simple and everything was equal, and then he just outplayed him. There you could sit like watching the stream, have your popcorn, and just relax. But here, everything is just crazy and nobody understands anything. And this position is just completely nuts. I don't understand anything here, to be honest. But yeah, I think I would just lose this position with both colors. So this is just a crazy game. Really is. So what happens after g5, bishop g5? This is actually losing, because now we are transposing into another line, because now we have a check, and there are no pieces to protect the king. The king has to move, but now the queen is infiltrating, and the king does not have any defenders. And after queen g5, it's already mate in 6. I can just show this real quick. Queen g6, king 7, take the bishop with check, give it check, give it check, give it check, and mate. So this would be great, but this opponent won't take the pawn on g5 because he is a very strong player and he will see this. So g5 is the move we are hoping for, or bishop c4. So yeah, it's hard. Okay, so you are asking why does Zach always get very strong players in the first round? That is because of the Swiss system, where everybody is just put into Group A or Group B, and the best half is like, there are two halves. First half is like the better half with like player ranked number 1 to like the middle, and then the bottom half. And then the first guy from the first half is playing against the first guy from the second half. So it's like always the case that you have like a stronger opponent or a much weaker opponent. But random pairings would be unfair, because then some might have like an easier opponent, because if the guy ranked number 1 in the tournament has like an easy opponent and the guy ranked number 2 has like a hard opponent, that's just unfair. So it has to be fair. Yeah, so we see Zach thinking, and when I look at his clock, I think it's not looking good. With 4 minutes for the rest, it's looking difficult, but not impossible. Yeah, Zach is low on time. That's really true. He's like so low on clock. And yeah, g5 is absolutely crazy. But g5 is the only idea to have something. He could also play bishop takes a6, but that's minus 1.7, so that's pretty bad. But yeah, so he has increment, but he does not have bonus time after 40 moves. So he only gets 30 seconds every move. But yeah, so it's hard for him, but not impossible. But he has to do something. And yeah, it's not easy. Oh yeah, you knew about the two halves, but thought it was random. Oh no, yeah, that's just because to make it fair for everybody. And that's like a pretty good system, I think. Yeah, so g5 would be great, but we really need a move here. 2 minutes 50 remaining. Oh, it's getting intense. Yeah, he probably is calculating like g5. But he does have to move, because if he's just on increment, then it's hard. It's really hard for him to calculate something. And yeah, Baskin looks kind of impatient. Yeah, you're probably right. And yeah, g5 is just crazy. I don't know if I would find g5 in this situation. Maybe not. I'm really not sure. Because you see that the bishop is defending the pawn on g7, and you want to remove it. So g5 is kind of logical if you just see it like that. But it's not easy, and he has 1 minute 42. Oh, whoa, whoa. You really have to move now. It's... Oh, he's putting his head into his hand and just deep diving, but he does not have any time. Yeah, so g5, idea is to... Okay, we have bishop c4, king f8. So now we need g5. g5 is basically the only move. g5. We need g5. Bishop c4, king f8 blitzed out, only move. And g5 on the board! Oh my god! g5 on the board, played with 1.5 minutes. Wow! g5! Oh my god! Now, queen c6 is the only move for black. If he doesn't find queen c6, Zach is completely winning. So, oh my god. Queen c6 is the only move. Every other move is just losing. And if he doesn't find it, then Zach is winning. That would be amazing if he just plays like some move. Wow, this is just crazy. And queen c6 is logical, but it's not easy to see why you have to do this. Now maybe it is. You just give a check and protect your bishop on f6. But yeah, okay, so queen c6 is just logical, but still there is a chance that he might not find it. And then imagine Zach has a winning position against the IM with 24.66, but he has 2 minutes on the clock. So just crazy. So okay. So after queen c6, is there an only move too? That's a good question. Yeah, after queen c6 and king g1, this has not happened. Basically the only move is to take the knight. And then we get into this line we already looked at, which is better for black. So I think this will happen, and then Zach will have a hard time in time trouble, and his opponent has a good position. But there is a chance that he might not find it. Yeah, and just as I say that, he obviously plays queen c6. This is the best move, also the only move. Yeah. Okay, king g1 played. Yeah, so now he will take the knight, and Zach will get into like a pretty bad position. And down on time, it will be hard to hold this. Okay. Yeah, Zach is under immense time pressure. Yeah, he found it. That's not... He found queen c6 and... Yeah, it's not looking good. Yeah, he took the knight on c5, also the only move. And now Robert Baskin has a pretty good position. Yeah, he takes the knight. Zach has to take the bishop. Oh no, he actually does not. There's even a better move. Oh, that is just crazy. Now queen h5 is the best move. I will not make the move because Zach will move anytime now because he has like 1.5 minutes. But Queen h5. So queen h5 and then rook d7 and then you take. Oh, this looks way better than the other variation, but it's just a slightly better. The engine wants queen h5. Even if the times were inverted, I still prefer black. Oh, we have queen h5 on the board. Oh my god. Zachary insane. Wow, queen h5. A good move. Good move. Zach is really holding on. Now queen h8 would not have been a good move, because on queen h8 the king just moves to e7, and then the king is in safety, and your queen is hanging. Oh no, wait. Why did not... Oh yeah, okay, I understand. I can quickly show this on the board. Queen h8, the king is just moving away, and if you take here now, then the queen takes back, your queen is hanging, your king is weak, and this is just completely losing. So now, after queen h5, it's not that easy. So there are only two logical moves. More, but maybe not two logical moves, but maybe... Oh yeah, maybe two logical moves. So rook d7 or queen e8. If you go like queen d7, for example, to protect the mate, then there is like a perpetual check. Here, king e7, you take on f6, king takes. It's the only move. Every other move is just losing by force. For example, if you go king d6, I win your queen, or I win your rook here. This is just over. And now this is... Now here the king has to take. You give a check. King moves, you give it check. And now you just continue giving check. Like this. This would be a line. So if queen d7, I think that won't happen, but then we will have a draw. After queen d7, it will be a draw. After rook d7, black has a pretty big advantage, and after queen e8 too. So let's look at queen e8 first. Black probably has to give a check and take. But now the only move is to take here with the king, which looks kind of risky. But yeah, it's not the end of the world probably, because after queen h4, you have this important move g5. And now your king maybe does not look like it, but it's pretty safe actually. Because the queen can always just block. And now if you trade, this is pretty good for black. But this is... I'm sorry once again, this is just so tricky. And yeah, I don't know what to make of this. The only problem is that his opponent will spend a lot of his time now. He has 21 minutes and 6 seconds remaining, and he will spend like 10 minutes here maybe to figure out like what he should do. Rook d7 is the best move. Now Zach has to take the bishop, and okay, this is very hard to see. I think this won't happen, because if you take with the queen, then you are losing. Once again, this is just crazy. Everything is just going back and forth. In every variation, if you do one mistake, then your opponent is completely winning. With here, on check, the bishop is just... Oh, okay, the bishop is just hanging. Okay, so that was not that difficult. But that's why you have to take with the pawn. And now your king just looks like super weak. And I think no human would play this variation. Maybe if you really look at this, you can see that there are two less attackers. So maybe you can find this, but this just looks very hard for a human to find that this is good for black with your king just wide open. But yeah, it's just so hard. So Rook d7 is a very inhumane move, but yeah, I don't know if that will happen. Maybe. Yeah, maybe it will because Robert Baskin, his opponent, is just taking so much time now, and yeah, I don't know. Maybe he will find it, but maybe he goes like Queen e8, and then it's not that clear. And on a move like Queen d7, there would even be like a forced draw. But Zach first of all has to find that. So yeah, it's not that easy. Queen c7, you'd suggest. On Queen c7, I just take your bishop, and if you take, you give a check, and this is like the same pattern as we saw already. You give another check, and here you give a check, you mate. So Queen c7 is like not a good move. That actually just loses. Yeah, you think Queen e8 will be played? I think so too. Queen e8 is like the human move. Rook d7 is the best according to the engine, but the difference is also not that big. So yeah, it's not that easy. Really not that easy, and it's, as you say, very tricky position. Yes. Problem is, as you say, he has almost 20 minutes to figure this out. The good thing is, if his opponent is taking his time, then Zach can also gather his thoughts and kind of start thinking about this position very deeply. And yeah, I don't know. It's just like, it's just so difficult, this position. Isn't Queen e8 a little bit drawish? Yeah, well, I don't know. Queen e8, then your queen is placed pretty well, and on back and takes, king takes. This is the line we already looked at. Now it also looks like your king on f6 might become a little bit weak, but that's not the case. Because your king on f6 might be like a little bit weaker, but still it's okay. And we have a move. We have to go back to the game because it has no time. Wait, we had, no, that's not right. It's queen h5, and now queen e8 was played. Okay, queen e8 on the board. Okay, queen e8 on the board. So queen h8 is basically the only move. Oh, well, maybe not. Queen h7 also looks very interesting. Make that move really quick. Now you also can't take this pawn because of check and take, and you take here, and it's just so crazy, and he does not have time. 38 seconds. Oh my god, 38 seconds in this position. You have to make a move. You really have to. 25. You have to make a move. And okay, and he goes for queen h7. That's fine. It's okay. But now there might be bishop e6. He made that move with 15 seconds. Oh my god. It's getting intense. And this time trouble will not stop. because Zach does not get any time. So yeah, it's not that great with the time management, but still. You should definitely make a channel. I'd love to watch your vids. Yeah, thank you very much. I really like hearing that, but yeah, maybe I will. Maybe I will. I just don't have that much time. I'm not sure if I'm gonna make a channel or if I'm just gonna start streaming. I'm not sure, but I will do commentary in the future, and I will do a lot. I can tell you that. So, Queen H7. Robert Baskin thinking again. This is now pretty unfair, but Zach got into this time trouble. So Zach has to move instantly, and his opponent can think if he wants. But now he only has 15 minutes left, so it's not that easy. But still, it's like it's so huge that you have those 15 minutes. Imagine if he also had like 1 minute left. Then this would just be completely crazy. I don't know what would happen. Then it would definitely be a game for 3 results. Yeah, I think bishop e6 will happen though. I do think bishop e6 will happen, but it's not so clear. King e7 seems to be also logical, and that's what we have. King e7. Wow. Now Zach will take the bishop, I guess, but the engine is just saying rook e3 is also fine, or bc. Oh my god, this is just crazy. Now Zach has to take the bishop. He really has to do it. Every other move would just be too crazy. Oh my god, he takes the pawn on c5. What? How can you play chess like this? Oh my god. With 9 seconds on the clock. 9 seconds on the clock, and he does not take the free bishop. Wow. But you can't take on g5, so you will win the bishop. But this is really Zachary insane. His opponent is almost a GM. Wow. And he does not take the bishop. We have rook d4. That's not the best move, but it's still a very good move. I have to say that. Now he has to take the bishop. Now he really has to take the bishop. And black is just gonna be like a healthy pawn up in the future. Takes, king takes is the only move. Can probably just do that on the board. Yes, king takes happened. Okay, and now your bishop is hanging. And you have to do something about that. Probably, yeah, now the only move actually is to go bishop e2. And then black can trade queens with queen g6. And then black just has a very nice position and will probably win the game. And yeah, it's not looking good now. 8 seconds remaining and there's no obvious move. Pause, 3, 2, 1 second remaining. Oh, bishop f1, played with 6 seconds. But now it's over. Now there's rook g4. Rook g4, queen a4. Yeah, this is just over now. This is not looking good. Rook d4. You can't go to the corner because of queen c6. You activate your queen and it will be mate. And if you go to f2, then you also activate your queen. And now white does not have any check, which does not lose the queen. And the attack is just way too strong. Now this is resignable. Is it just gonna be mate or something? Yeah, we have Rook G4 on the board, instantly played, no time wasted. King F2 played, and now everything is just winning. You can do anything. You can give a check on F4, Queen A4, Queen D7, activate your pieces, and then you will go on to win the game. He also just has 1 minute left, so yeah, it's gonna be over soon. Queen C6. Okay. Also a good move. Not the best, but still you're threatening Queen C5, and yeah, it's just looking very bad. You can't defend the pawn on C5, and yeah, this is just over. But you're absolutely right. This game has been a roller coaster. But now the time pressure got to him, and it just such a crazy game. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to like a YouTube video on this. And I think it was just such a crazy game. Now, unfortunately, it's over. He just has 10 seconds left to make a move. Goes for King E2. And now it's just completely over. It will be like checkmate even in like a few moves, because Black's king actually is safe now, and White's king is completely opposite of safe. So yeah, this is just over now. For example, you can play Queen D5. You can take on C5. Basically just any move, and it will be over soon. Yeah, and now they both know that it will be over, just like in a few moves. And now Robert Baskin is just taking his time. He has 14 minutes left, so he doesn't have to rush. He can just think everything through, and then it will be over. Yeah, as you say, it happens to the best of us, yeah. Maybe in the YouTube chat you should focus on chess, on the important things in life. You resign by now, but fair play for Zach for playing it out. Yeah, this is one of those positions where everybody knows it's just winning for Black, but it's like, at least in my opinion, a little bit too early to resign, because it's not completely obvious how you're gonna lose. It's obvious that you're gonna lose, but not how you're gonna lose. We have a move, Queen B5. Yeah, and now we will see a resignation pretty soon. There's just nothing you can do. Queen B5. Zach again down to 10 seconds, but now it doesn't really matter. King D2, Queen B4. Yeah, this is not looking good. Well, it's just over. Now Black will win like the Rook, or even checkmate. So yeah, this is over now. King D1. Yeah, now every move is winning. The queen went on vacation, yes, that's very true. Your queen was your best piece attacking the king in this crazy game, but now your queen is just completely misplaced and can't help you, and your king is just way too open and you will lose. Yeah, so the YouTube chat is just crazy. Maybe some of the mods can ban this guy, but that's not necessary. Yeah, YouTube chat is crazy. Okay, you can't do anything in YouTube chat. Yeah, that's fine. It's not a problem. There's just one guy, I don't know what's his problem, but yeah, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, now we will see Resignation pretty soon. Robert Baskin, his opponent, just thinking about how to finish the game with the final touches, and it will be over soon. The problem is, even if you do like a quiet move, the white pieces are just placed so badly that it's just over. Now you can force Resignation pretty soon, but you have to be precise to win like in a few moves. But yeah, it's over now. Yeah, exactly. That dude is very disrespectful in YouTube chat. Thank you very much. Thank you. No, there's no delay on the digital box here. Boards, sorry. No delay on the board. How to win at chess. That's exactly right. Yeah, we have Robert Baskin still thinking, but yeah, everything is just winning, and there's no possible way that Zach is not losing here. Just, for example, Queen d4, Queen b1, Rook d4. Basically, every check on the board is winning. But he goes for Bishop b7. Okay. It's also looking very good. But I don't quite understand why you play like this. It's just winning. But you had like way more forcing moves. But still, it doesn't matter by now. Zach can play on. He doesn't have to, but he made a move. 5 seconds left. And now it's mate in 5. Queen h8, yeah, it was nothing he can do really. And now bishop f3 is just mate in 5. And yeah, his opponent will see that. And yeah, that was just the idea, to improve his bishop. And now bishop f, yeah, queen h3 was a better try, but obviously just over. Yeah, we get bishop f3, and this will be mate. Bishop f3 on the board. And it doesn't matter what you do, it's just over. Queen h3 was better, but also just completely losing. Even if you had like an hour on the clock and not 30 seconds, you would still be losing. So yeah, rook e2, rook d4. Now it will be mate. On king c1, we will have queen a3, king b1, and rook b4. and checkmate. We get queen c1, queen a3, and will Zach play the final moves? Will he let his opponent mate him? No, he does not. Zach resigns. And yeah, this was just like a crazy game. He started off not that great, but now he had like such a roller coaster of a game, and now unfortunately he lost. He played pretty well, but in the end his opponent was just maybe like a little bit better, but yeah, it was just crazy. Now we see the two talking about the game, analyzing, and yeah, I wish we could hear what they are saying, and that's very true. That would be great if we could hear it now. So yeah, last tournament it was a problem that we heard the playing hall, but now it would be great if we could hear them talking. Okay, Zach just the opponent is showing some crazy lines, I think, and Zach held his hand in front of his mouth. But yeah, it's just like completely crazy. It was like such a roller coaster. And yeah, I think they will continue analyzing for a bit. And then we will get him to the stream. And Zach just realized something. No, I think he won't be too hard on himself. Because he played in IM, he played a very good game. He had some chances in like this crazy, crazy game. In the end, it was not enough, but still, he played pretty well, in my opinion. And can somebody please do something about this guy in the YouTube chat? That's just unbelievable. Yeah, it doesn't really matter though. Maybe we can. Can you somehow hear what they are saying? I'll just be quiet for a second. Yeah, I think it's hard, but I don't know if that's interesting for you, but I'll just keep quiet for a little bit.
This is way back before checkers game. The king is still here and there's supports there. And then
One thing I was more when I was recollecting these bishops for instance, it's like threat is strong, but it's execution, and then the king. But then I was like, okay, can I go also game?
yeah, and the problem
Because
is
I'm not playing anymore. I can take, but I'm not making. But then I have like all the lives for some reason. I don't know.
I don't know if you're able to understand anything. I'm not really. I hear that they are talking, but I don't understand what they are saying.
I can't control that square.
Oh, okay, yeah. Threatening mating.
Yeah, threatening king h3 now.
Oh,
Well, I can go just right?
and then I kind of do that. Queen h3 goes
Yeah. I heard overruled all kinds of shit. It is not allowed, but sometimes.
Maybe they can't talk about
Yeah,
this,
the pieces are like hanging,
but
right?
they are talking kind of.
Okay, so you have queen c6 and my king on g1, my rook can't.
Yeah, I'll just shut my mouth so that you can hear.
Yeah, maybe. I thought what you did, I mean, it's so tempting for one, but I didn't see any moment where
Where yeah, like there's no reason why. I felt like
Mate b6 is just strong. I was very scared,
Yeah.
honestly, but I thought I didn't.
I didn't see b6 to be fair. I only looked at queen c6 and e4 thing.
Yeah, okay.
Why was completely
I figured out this is not possible.
A6.
Yeah, I was considering whether to do like G6, like instead of taking, but this is like committing that I blundered.
No. G6.
Yeah.
Takes takes, and there's like knight e4.
Yeah, I saw this. Then I take Queen e4, King h8. Rook
And
g1,
Rook
right?
g1, and it's
And then I saw,
and
yeah,
Queen g6.
but like,
Or even
Rook
I
takes
can go.
d3.
Zachary said, "Oh shit."
So maybe I go Rook g1.
Thank you very much for all the compliments.
Instead of knight e4.
Instead of knight e4 and grab it on the next move. Because what do you do after Rook g1? It's a silent move. It's not threatening too much. And I'm threatening knight e4 now. And on takes, bishop takes, e4 check. I go king h6.
Okay, but
Yeah, the bishop takes is really strong. So Rook g1.
but I don't have to take on e4, right?
You don't have to get knight e4, but my knight jumps to g5.
Yeah.
It's very
No,
strong too.
No, this was very important. So I was searching for something after b6.
But b6 is like very
Can you still understand anything? I don't know. You tell me if I should
Yeah. No, I
shut my mouth or not.
after king h7, I went there and said to be quiet because it was disturbing me all the time. But yeah, I figured
But
out
why
last time.
like king h8? Like
Yeah, because well, after I mean you played b4, right? But before you could before you could give a check, right?
yeah.
And I was intending to go
And
king
that
h7.
line didn't work.
This doesn't work.
Yeah.
So I thought after b4, well, I checked b6, but knight takes a6, queen c3.
And then I trade queens with queen b3.
No, I didn't want to take. I wanted to play queen c3.
Oh, what?
But you have. Yeah, well,
I'm defending my pawn. So
yeah, but I'm threatening to take here now
okay,
because you can't take back because of back right?
okay.
But I thought you go b5 to protect the knight. And although it does look awkward, I don't have e4 because e4 takes. You can't take with a bishop because back mate again.
Yeah,
Take a queen. But you can just take with the queen, and I don't have anything.
Wow.
Right, so
A lot of things here.
yeah, no, I don't have anything. So I decided not to go for it. Yeah, and I played king h7. It was a careless move. I was just I saw g4. I thought, okay, this is way too
So
dangerous.
after a long calculation here, you realized it didn't work. You made king h7 out of like distress.
Yeah, I thought, okay, let's do it quite like a prophylactic move.
Yeah.
But it was the wrong square. Look, like I calculated king h7 like for 1 minute. Okay, g4 takes, check, e4 looks dangerous. And then when you played it, I saw, okay, this one is. Then I really.
But this, I can't believe this doesn't work for white. And
No,
now
I-
I want white, you think?
But come on, your position after the opening is like. very
You're
bad.
winning out of deal.
I'm not sure if I'm winning, but I'm.
Did you miss bishop takes?
But queen takes.
Bishop g5. Queen c2.
Yeah, but.
I was like, how is he not playing this? I have to go like rook here and then you go queen takes before castling. You castle instead. So you just have bishop.
But
takes
your
b3.
rooks are here, right?
Yeah. I was like shocked.
I saw something.
I thought even after queen takes b7.
Because the bishop is in.
Yeah, bishop.
Yeah, honestly, I missed it. I was only thinking about h4. Ah, really? Yeah, because bishop takes queen 5. Bishop c7, I think is very strong.
Wait, which one? Okay, my pawn is still on c2.
Yeah,
Because
so
that matters a lot because there's no.
how was it in c2? I couldn't take it at any moment.
Right, because I went to queen
Yeah,
c3 because of that.
yeah.
So takes.
Yeah, queen
Queen takes.
c6.
No, queen takes c2 just works great. First of all,
Wait, you mean knight e6? Or you mean
Yeah.
bishop e6?
96.
Queen c4, knight e, queen c2?
No, I'm saying on 96 you can just take bishop takes queen takes c2 and you're defending f5. It's okay. Even
Yeah.
I was ready to play this line.
Yeah, but I didn't want to go for this opposite color bishop.
Okay, so you would have.
I would have
taken my
taken
bishop.
it.
Oh, I think this one's more.
Oh, bishop takes.
Queen takes
Bishop c7.
Oh wow! Thank you very much for the raid.
Queen g8. Let's check.
Thank you.
No, it's not check. My king is here. I went here. After check,
That's great.
then I go here.
Oh, you go to h7.
Yeah, I go to h7. This is the
We have
reason.
some analysis.
This is the reason I play king h7 in the game as well. No?
For that line?
No, because I was intending king h7 in general.
But b4 is not threatened. And b4
No,
is
it's not a threat, but I should have played king h8 after
Okay,
b4, no?
okay.
But I was intending it.
Okay,
No,
so
no,
you
no,
have kind of like the.
yeah, I was planning to do king h4
But we're agreeing that king h7 is a mistake.
in the game. I'm quite certain, yeah, it is.
So if it's a
But,
mistake,
but maybe b6 is. But you know, maybe it's not a mistake to the extent that.
maybe
I'm like,
because I was thinking right after like king h7 and we go there, maybe it's just like bishop c4 check and then bishop b3 or something super calm, just keeping a bishop on the diagonal.
After takes b6.
Because no, takes instead of queen h3 check. It's the king's square takes 7.
But you could. But I played b6, right?
So I go to b3, I go check. Oh no, it's not check.
No, it's not a check. No, but your knight is hanging. Okay.
But then if it's a mistake, it's either equalizing.
Yeah, but before king h7, it's for sure like -1, right?
Yes, the bishop pair and
Yeah.
the open d4.
Yeah. So if I play king h7, maybe it's like -0.3, if this works. Because okay, I'm not sure about the endgame. I think engine is easily winning it. What I told you, because like okay, it's this position, right? So you have the bishop here somewhere. I took on the king. Sorry, you have the bishop on c4. Rook is here. Rook is on here. Bishop is on c8. So you must have this position. So white to move. And I thought, even if you play like bishop d3, you know, just some steady move, it's not that easy to get going because your rook is quite active. My rook is sort of. What about rook a5, starting things like this? Of course, we have also like very few times, so my chances are very high, honestly. Yeah, but like objectively, like
Objectively, even go for exact respawn for
I think it's
like just
but then you want to enter the king. Okay, so king of 2, something like that. And then rook has to go with queen, although it's impossible. Rook a4, what is rook a4? Rook a3. Okay, I think like it's made a mistake already because I'm obviously just losing the queen. So if you take it, it's just a draw. Like there's no way you're losing this.
So maybe rook d4 first.
Yeah, I mean I have to activate my pieces somehow, right? But it's not that easy because if you play this, you start playing something like that. My bishop is, I'm a bit into this pawn. But okay, I'm sure it's like much better for black, right?
But this can't be the best ally.
Yeah, that's what it's not what you dreamed of, right? Yeah, but certainly like bc5, certainly you lost rook d4. I think that's over
Yeah.
because I just
But I
eliminated all your.
I didn't see anything else.
Yeah, but
I'm okay. I missed rook takes. The line was I saw it with rook g6. I missed like the rook takes e5. But even before that, when I open up the position, maybe before I play a check, it has to be at least equalizing for white. Like, because our conclusion here is that it's winning for black anyway.
yeah,
I refuse to believe that.
but I mean, there could be some I could expect some quiet move, you know, some quiet move which is threatening something. Well, I thought, could you after b6, could you just like insanely just play like knight b3?
And then just like on that position. Don't you have like queen c6 and bishop
I
e7?
have queen c6,
Bishop threatening.
true. Yeah, true.
This is nice.
Yeah, because I saw that I need to do something against your king. This is the reason for b6. I need to do something against him, otherwise because my king is sort of exposed, so I need to.
It's exposed, but it's surprisingly safe.
Yeah, but the bishop is like
The bishop is holding
and it like protects all the dark squares. Yeah. Yeah, but in the opening, what did you do it? It was
Because, okay, so I beat a 2300 FM in the last tournament in this line.
yeah.
He played it super well because Rook C8 and I can't go 95.
Well, but you can instantly, no? You could go move for it. I mean, after 97, 95 is just normal game.
Right. I'm new in that line, usually castle one.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, I would
so bishop, yeah, but if you play like bishop e2, what you have to do is like you castle short, and then you play like a4, a5, and start preparing slowly 95. You know.
Depending on the line, so the one I have is if you're slow at the 97, which happened in the last one,
Yeah.
95.
Yeah, okay.
Then it takes
Yeah.
and then I go like C4, B4.
Yeah.
And I planted at 95.
Yeah. But like in the I think you can go like when you already castled, I played Rook C8, right? No, bishop E7. So now I think one GM played against A4.
Just for now.
Yeah.
For A5.
Yeah.
Just to prevent the 96.
Yeah, and also okay. Anyway, for your setup, this does make sense, right?
Mhm.
Not only for 96 issues. Okay, maybe after A4, I will think about 96 anyway.
And then
If I
C4,
yeah.
I didn't like that. I give the bishop pair.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you know, I have to be very careful because you take, and if you have prepared it well, now you go bishop g5. And you want to trade here to fight for the d5 square, right?
But then I give the bishop pair is strong for you, no?
No, no, no.
Or it's like murdering your bishop on S6.
I think if you put your knight here, you're both okay. This knight is a bad one, but this knight, if it lands here, and I can't because I play 97. I have those two knights which are fighting for the d5 square. So once this knight is away, bishop g5, bishop f6. I don't say that like this. Worse or something, but there's no plan. You can.
But what's the plan for white? Let's say I get blue and I on D5.
Yeah.
Plan C5, plan C4, B4, C5 doesn't work. Because it's a plan I have.
Yeah, well, you will start to on the e6 pawn. I mean, the question is like the position is not very open, so my bishops are not very sufficient. It's like it's a little bit like a Sveshnikov, you know, but sort of like has less counterplay, I believe. Well, like if you look at the engine, it's very easy, but in practical terms, it can be
very, very hard opening when white castles. Short is very strategical.
Yeah,
It's very strategic.
but it can become sharp if you play this, because then I start playing here, and you start playing here, it can become very sharp.
Do you attack on the king side at some point?
Well,
Like
I
you
mean,
win your each one?
no, I mean like if
I
I
get
can
that,
identify if I take and you take my e pawn, then my plan is obviously I will start playing f5 and so on. And I have this pawn and start to run here and to start to try and break with c5. Yeah, because like if your pawn comes here, then my pawn majority is like here. Right?
Yeah, with the f5.
Yeah, I have like 5 again, like 4
It's
against
still like
9.
98.
Yeah, or h4, knight h5, or knight h7, something like that.
Right, it's fine.
But the reason I like played 97 or Rook C8 is, if you go 95, I take with the bishop and I will put my bishop here. Like I will play G6. You didn't know? You didn't
No.
It's like
I'm very new in this game.
yeah.
I've castled long all my life. Okay, I'm castling short, very new in this game.
Yeah, this is like I mean this is not a secret at all. It's like a very because the critical move I think or not the critical but the absolute main move is like Queen D2, Knight D7, and now you go 95, Bishop D5, E D5, G6.
Right.
There have been like 3, 4, 5, 10,000 of games in this position. And White can do different things. He can play with C4, he can play even there long castle is possible. And there are different options. But so the reason for this one is like I want to put
So this is a side line.
well it's not a side line. It's not a side
Where you're saying it's not the main line.
Well, you know, there is not a clear main line because there's maybe one move which is like, let's assume like 2,000 games, another one is like 1,400. So what is the main line now? It's, you know, it's they're close. So you can play it different because there is also the line where black goes like bishop e7 quite fast, and then it's just another line. But then after 95, usually he doesn't want to take with the bishop, but he takes with the knight and plays bishop f5.
No, that plays into what I want. That 100% I would have liked that.
But it's, for example, it's
common.
it's in the Geary course. For example. He
Okay.
recommended it.
Okay.
For instance,
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's not doesn't necessarily mean it's like better than what I played, but it's just another
But
option.
this is like the Savage course?
No, it's I don't know. For white you mean?
Yeah, for what?
Yeah.
Take 6 bishop at 595. I'm very happy.
Yeah, it's yeah. I know there you can play like this, but what I played should also be the course to me.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I have the book, I don't have the course.
Okay.
Chessable made a book after the course.
Yeah, I mean this is really
See,
this is
new,
nothing.
it's new for me, but it's I'm sure it's like
Yeah,
very,
I mean there are not so many logical moves, so.
right. No, but it's very prophylactic because knight d5 becomes tough after bishop after.
Well, after
everything
rook
is played.
c8, can you play knight d5 then?
Because that's why I play
no,
the ridiculous rook ac1. It's terrible.
No,
But
sometimes.
if I go for the, I think you just completely diffuse my knight d5 plan. After rook
Yeah,
c8,
this
like,
position-
like the gates are closed.
Yeah, in this position, after bishop e2, you are too slow for knight d5. In this position,
So I have to go knight d5.
whether you go one move earlier or you go castles and then a4, a5, but it's a little bit different. It's
Right.
like.
I have to give the bishop right now. Okay, so rook c8 is that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you have to, but I guess so. I guess so.
Well, how do I stop like that?
Yeah, I'm not
Knight
sure.
b6.
I'm not
Knight
sure.
b6, like move my queen, like I'm not gonna.
No, you can't move your queen. But the problem is after a5, knight c4 takes bishop c4, I'm taking the rook. So you go rook fd1, and now maybe I can already maybe d5. I'm not so sure.
Maybe.
Yeah, but it's a sagging a pawn, right? No, maybe it's not, because you can play knight d5, knight d5, e d5, and I'm not castled yet. I don't have like a nice rook d8.
That's good for what?
So I'm not certain there. I'm not certain because
Because
also
if I
b6
sack with the pawn, what are my chances? If c4 is completely covered, like.
it's covered, but you have like bishop d6, right? Suddenly.
Oh.
Coming up. Yeah, this is very serious. I don't have any knight.
And on d5 you took with the knight.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so you don't have knight d7 here.
No, I don't have any knight. I have the
Okay.
bishop pair against bishop. This bishop, this knight, and the pawn is here.
Mm.
But you're thinking bishop e6. It's very serious. It's very serious. Also, d6 is actually a threat. Because you have like this, right?
No, but you have a pawn on d6.
Oh, I played d5. You just
Oh, after d5.
Yeah, after no, before d5. Okay. You want to go here and okay, my bishop is here, right? So bishop g5. I told you bishop g5.
Oh, okay.
That's the
bishop
next
g5.
move you want to play. Because now I don't have h6 or something. You want to go bishop g5 on the next move.
So you're winning out of the opening in our game, right?
Yeah, under this it seems so. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I
But
thought I was much better.
You must have had a feeling that it was getting just a little bit less good than
Yeah,
3 4
because-
moves ago, because I was getting the bishop d3, it was getting worrying.
Yeah, I was. I didn't. So after I played rook d8, bishop d3, I started to think, what is my plan actually? Even before, and I couldn't.
Before rook d8, I remember that
Yeah, but-
you took a long turn.
Yeah, but I was considering h4, but then I thought, okay, I mean I can play this move. It doesn't harm anything.
Mm.
But what does it do? I couldn't figure out a clear plan. Then I realized, okay, my plan is to eliminate it with f5 probably because the queen was very annoying.
Mhm.
So I had one actually after rook d8. I didn't consider rook takes d8. I thought you would play all the time. I thought you would play bishop d3.
Okay, immediately?
Yeah, and then
Oh,
I
you're
had some
pressuring this
insane line again. I wanted to play a5.
Wow.
a5. Good idea. a4. Yeah, but if you play a4, it's losing direct. Because bishop takes b3, cb3, rook d3.
Yeah, that's why I traded a pair of rooks
Yeah,
first.
but-
because the back rank things are
Yeah, but the problem is after a5 you go rook e1, and a4 you have queen e4.
Oh, a5, rook, e1.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
rook,
attacking here,
Okay.
and after a4 you have queen e4. Threatening here.
You don't have a pawn on f5.
No.
Oh, you didn't play that. Okay, Jesus. Oh,
Takes
it's
a4. Rook a8, queen b5. Your queen is. Yeah.
ridiculous.
Yeah, I saw maybe I saw this position rook takes. What the rook takes d3? I consider.
Yes, if like in the line you're saying.
Yeah.
Like I move my queen out, it's a queen f2.
Yeah.
There are some rook c3 things.
Yeah. Yeah, but anyway, what if I didn't see a plan, then I figured out I have to play f5 to cover some squares in the center because your pieces, I mean your knight is of course terrible, but on the other hand, like you play bishop d3 and you're like staying, right? You're staying and you try to attack this pawn, I have to protect it somehow. And I don't know,
Yeah,
bishop
f5
f6.
versus f6 is the best way. I looked at bishop d6, I looked at another thing.
Well, until bishop c8 I was of course unhappy because I felt there was something better. But after I realized that probably all these knight e6, bishop e6
It never worked.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
When you play, and you also took like 25 minutes to play
Yeah.
b4 because
Because I was looking at everything.
yeah. And then I thought, okay, after b4, this position has to be good for me.
Yeah,
I just need to.
your time.
Yeah,
that's a
that-
huge advantage.
Yeah,
and the positions look slightly better.
Yeah, and also I didn't see like a next move for you, right? So if I just pass, how do you play? Like
Yeah,
there's
probably
no.
a3. No, you're right.
Yeah, so I thought, yeah, let's just play a move. because usually what happens after, like let's say I play king h8 or king h7, you don't have g4. For sure you take like 5 minutes and then you lose some time and you make another move which doesn't change anything. So I thought, okay, and there was always this to calculate in every position, so I thought let's just get rid of this check. Yeah, but I chose the wrong square to go.
I'm so excited to check the engine.
Yeah, yeah. Like honestly, I feel that it has to be, but you know, if there's something, it's probably like 1 point. I can't believe it's like many
it's
options.
like a dilution.
Maybe.
Dilution into like some endgame or something.
Maybe because I mean, in the end, you know.
Maybe but it has to be, okay, so we are agreeing it has to be a silent move. The move I missed, it has to be a silent move that makes it good.
Or some like queen h7 or in another
I looked at
position,
queen
you know.
h7
Yeah, but
it didn't work.
No, it didn't work. But the problem is, in the end, you're only attacking with 2 pieces, right?
Yeah, bishop and queen.
Okay, I can't go here because then your rook will join. Okay, then. In general, like I have 1 piece to protect, and some other pieces are close to the king.
Mhm.
You have only 2, so it doesn't necessarily mean there is a win for you, or even like
Maybe I'm stupid. Queen h7 instead of queen h5.
no, I checked this. King e7.
King e7 directly, and takes, oh yeah, queen takes, exactly.
Yeah, no,
Defense queen.
no, this one.
Queen h5 was the best move.
Queen h5 was very strong. I didn't see that in it. I mean, I saw it, but I didn't see that after this one that you don't take here, but you give check here.
Yeah.
I didn't see this.
Because that's one point.
Yeah. Okay, you played this, but it's actually the same because I have to play king e7.
Yeah.
I didn't see another move. I mean, I can go bishop e6, right? But I figured out that queen rook against queen rook doesn't seem very promising. I mean, after queen h5 in the game, I could go bishop e6, right, instead of this.
Yeah.
But then you just take
Take
here.
after queen h7.
Yeah, but you just take here, right? And then I take back, and you take on e6. I didn't see how to.
Queen takes check. Oh, that was an annoying line too.
For you?
For you. Check.
Wait,
You have like a rook here that's so like bishop e6.
after queen h5, you mean? Or queen h7?
Queen h5.
Queen h5. Okay, bishop e6.
Bishop
Gf6, right?
Yes, takes takes.
Yeah.
And takes takes.
Yeah.
On e6.
Yeah.
And then check.
King e7.
And then check on h7. On h7 because I'm turning it 5.
Yeah, but you have also to be very careful about your king, right? Because if I play this, you take. I have no this. I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe it's here.
Your queen's here.
My queen is there. Right. No, I took
Oh
here.
no, you took
I
it.
took.
Okay.
No, I can't play this.
Yeah.
You
takes.
take.
Oh yeah, check king here and then queen g7. I look
No,
at.
king there is not possible. It's made. No, it's not made.
No,
This.
queen e4. And no g1 because king takes.
Yeah, no. And you also protected this pawn.
Fuck, I know. But that was a crazy line. I was ready to play that.
Yeah, I figured, but from my feeling, I thought the queen rook is not that dangerous. Your king is more safe. So I thought better to go for this endgame with at least pawn up, right? I mean,
That can't be the thing that I missed. Like, I'm just sure I missed something deeper.
the rook takes c5 in which position?
Queen h6, the tree and the rook takes.
Ah, you mean the
But it can't be the thing I missed. Like I would
Okay,
would
you-
not be that mad at myself if it's rook takes e5.
Okay, you can instead of rook takes c5, you can do abc and you're not a pawn down, but you're lost completely.
Completely, yeah, 3 pawns.
No, no, no.
You play e4. Exactly.
Yeah, it's or king f6. You could just right. I honestly didn't see any like there was nothing I was like I was very scared, but there was nothing I was scared in
You were scared because, and I knew you were scared because you missed Queen H3. I knew you missed it.
Yeah, I missed.
And once you miss one thing, you'll miss more things. So I went with like, okay, he missed Queen H3 in the line like 3 moves ago. So I'll go with Queen H3. Well, I'll go for it, and then I'll just press.
Yeah, but I thought like in the game I thought the Resignation I found was not bad. At
D6
least
is amazing resource. No, it's amazing.
I-
This Queen C6 is so obvious with the check.
Yeah,
He
that,
will check.
yeah, that
He
one is
play
too
E4.
primitive. I mean, that one I
E4
saw.
loses okay.
No, I didn't even consider
But
Queen
Queen
C6
C6, you reckon?
after what?
Just instead of B6, like Queen C6. It's not
But
sure.
it's a check, right?
Yeah.
King G1.
Just like before everything happens. I thought I was
Wait,
sure that was gonna
you mean after Queen H?
takes. Yeah, takes instead of B6,
King G1, it's
and
good.
then B6. Even stronger.
Yeah, that one. No. I
That doesn't work.
No, I was comparing this, but the difference is now that my queen is always here, not
Mhm.
here.
Mm-hmm.
So check, King J, Bishop C4,
King
King F8,
Yeah.
King F8, but now you play this King H5. And it's threatening mate now, right? Because my queen is not here.
But doesn't that transpose to the game?
But how do I play now?
No, there's no G5 anymore. Okay. The difference is there's no G5. So my pawn's on G4.
But you have also Queen H7. No, sorry, Queen H7 was the problem.
Queen H7?
Yeah.
Now you have Bishop E6 because you're
No, the knight is here.
Oh, the knight's still there, okay.
This is the problem. The knight is there.
And the king hunt works, yeah.
So if I take the knight, give a check,
Mhm.
king goes here,
Yeah, check it, yeah.
one other check, and rook d1.
Mm-hmm.
So queen c6 is like losing time, sort of. Because after b6, the idea was that I can, yeah, I can give the check at the moment I want to take the pawn.
So it gives black flexibility.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought so. I thought queen c6. Because I'm not threatening bishop b7, right?
Mhm.
Queen c6, bishop b6. There's no bishop b7 threat. Your knight is still there.
Mm-hmm.
And
It's
the
not
problem
for
is
bishop b7.
Sorry?
It's not for bishop b7
No.
b6 move.
Yeah, but then the question is why to put the queen here? So because this square is very important, right?
Mhm.
So it's all the time. You attack the square like 3 times in the game. So yeah, and also I thought you know the problem. What the problem is with bc5? It takes a move. It takes a move to remove the knight.
No, legit.
So it's
So
like
and that happened in the game. It did take a move.
yeah.
Let me make it.
Yeah, right. So
let me make G5.
yeah, but when you play g5, I also didn't see anything better for you anymore.
Maybe
Maybe
it's tough. It's tough for me. Like look at it from my perspective.
Yeah.
I go queen here, I go G5. I
Yeah.
have like the attacking elements. I
Yeah.
just don't have the.
No, I didn't see it. Honestly, I didn't see it. Yeah, I just thought maybe the endgame is better what you had before, but maybe even that is not right.
Right.
I mean, can you imagine that the engine will say like g4 was bad? because you can play like you should play like knight b some other.
But that's what we're figuring out right now.
Yeah, true. Because g4 after that it's forced. I mean,
It's
hg
pretty
fg
much
b.
forced.
Okay, hg fg b6. I think this is the moment there could be something else. Because now it's the point where you're breathing, right? You have a move.
Yes, I have 2 moves. Well, I have 2 moves in a row. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right.
You have like this option. You have this option. You have the option to just go. It's also an
But
option.
you had something against bishop c4 maybe.
Yeah, I want g6, but maybe
G6,
that is
yeah. I like
but
black there. No, that gives a piece for sure. I think.
yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I saw something in it, but I can't remember anything. Yeah, I mean, okay, maybe hg fg b6 knight b3. It's very sad.
It's very sad.
Wait, but bishop b7 is winning the queen, right? No, your queen is on e3. Bishop is, oh sorry, but then bishop b7 queen c6.
Oh, before queen h3 true.
No, but it's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
working.
yeah.
It's not working.
Imagine it says like -3. That'd be crazy.
If g4 is could just be a bad move.
Yeah,
You
it
know,
would be a bad move,
Yeah.
despite your king being on h7.
Yeah, it could be.
But we would both not know that.
No, of course. No.
We would
But
both not.
I
I
must-
played g4 very confident. I was like, okay, I might win.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, like
I was not
because I was looking at lines and when I realized that e4 didn't work because of the queen h3 resource, I was like,
Yeah.
whoa.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Wow.
it's like completely
Crazy.
crazy. I don't know. I mean,
I'm glad I didn't lose in the opening.
yeah. I mean,
I was
okay.
looking
I
great.
completely missed what you said. Bishop e3, bishop g5. I didn't even consider. How did this happen? My king was still in the center, right?
Yeah.
So there was no.
You're like winning a pawn clean. Like even, I think you're even forcing a trade.
If you go queen a4 check, I play king f8.
No, b5.
But
And
it's
you
queen
win the
a6.
bishop.
But queen a6.
Wait, you don't win the bishop? Aren't you threatening the bishop? Queen takes c2.
No.
My bishop's only 2.
Yeah, but I didn't move the rook. You took here, I
Yeah.
took back, you
Yeah.
played this.
Yeah.
Now I give a check. In this
Oh,
way.
b5. Queen takes and I win the bishop.
Yeah, but it's at least 2 pawns, but of course it's bad.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, you have dark squares are like
Okay.
too weak. We're streaming?
Yeah.
Yeah? With some commentators? Or?
Yes.
Yeah. I was not sure if you're just taking like, you want to make a recap or something.
Oh no, I'll do that too.
Today, yeah?
Separately, yeah.
Ah, okay. I'll take it up. Good luck, my pleasure.
Good luck. Rest of the tournament, my friend.
Yeah, you too.
Hello. Oh. Hello.
Yo,
Can you hear me?
hello. Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Wait, I will hear you in a second.
Okay.
Output. Loopback. Okay. What's up, Max? What's up, everyone?
Can you hear me?
I can't hear you for some
You
reason.
can't.
Oh, I can hear you. I can hear you now.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, when did I mess up? Did you guys hear the input from the camera?
Yeah, we kind of heard it. That was crazy. So, Anna Kremlin rated us. We had like 2,000 viewers, and everybody just stayed and enjoyed your analysis. That was amazing.
Wow.
I shut my mouth, and that was very great.
Amazing. Yeah, sorry for you were muted the entire stream, I reckon. I forgot alerts on the stream, so I panicked. The game was already started, and I had to mute.
It was working. Everything was fine.
What?
No issues. Nothing.
There was no issues?
No, everything was perfect. Really.
No way. What?
Yeah, it was great.
Oh my god, that's
And-
amazing.
Yeah, and it was like such a crazy game. It's such a roller coaster.
Okay, was white ever winning?
No, you were
G4
not.
didn't work.
G4 was the best move,
It didn't work.
but no, it was like minus 0.3.
He guessed the eval. He told me it would be minus 0.3. He guessed
Yeah.
the eval after G4.
I heard that.
No fucking way. Oh wait, PG-13. Sorry for swearing. He guessed the eval.
That's why he's almost a GM, I guess.
But he told me he felt like it was better for white too, and I was like, for sure it's 10 p.m.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
was at
it's
6.
why is it 10 p.m.? I
It's-
also did not look at the time, not at all.
No idea. Okay. Well, I'm gonna let you all go. Thank you
Yeah.
so much for the commentation, Max. I can't believe it worked today.
Oh,
But
one more thing,
Yeah.
real quick. Just right on the start, after knight a5, e5 was just completely winning. He played queen c7, then rook d1, and then he played d5. But one move earlier, d5 was just winning. When b7
Yeah.
was hanging, but d5 was just winning.
But my opponent missed a free pawn with bishop takes b3, queen takes b3, bishop g5 at one point, and you're winning c2, right?
I
Wait,
don't
I can
recall.
show it in the classroom even.
Okay, yeah. Real quick.
So like, I'm like very sure that this is wait, not here. Yeah, this and like just bishop takes, no?
Yeah, queen takes.
And then bishop g5. What?
Oh, I did not see it at all, but You just go away.
It's okay?
Yeah, b7.
Oh, and now the rook hangs. Because my
Yeah,
opponent was like, I can't believe I blundered that. I was like, yeah, you blundered that. And it's not a blunder.
yeah, no, that was.
G6.
Yeah, look a little bit further, like 2 moves before that.
Yeah,
After
here.
knight d5.
D5 is winning.
D5.
No
Oh,
way.
not at all. D5 was a good move. The other engine said it was just winning, but D5 was a very good move here.
Wow. When is it winning? Here, you said.
Yeah, but now it's not true, I
Oh, it's
guess.
not
It
true.
was
Okay.
in the last board.
Well, it's probably winning if like white messes up. Like, okay.
Yeah,
Wow,
yeah.
G4 is not good. Well, it's the best move, but it's not winning. I can't believe it. I genuinely can't believe it.
I said if you play G4, I will call you Zachary insane for the rest of your life.
With 15 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, 15 minutes and then just G4. Like, so crazy.
Okay,
Then
wait.
you
So
walk G5, bishop C4, and wow. Like,
check. This is better for black. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. He played B6 only moved and Rook D4. Who finds Rook
yeah,
D4 though? B6.
yeah,
Oh my god. I played G5 only move. Wait, I played so good. Oh no no no.
yeah.
No, I didn't play so good. Wait. Okay, I threw in a check first.
Queen H3 was not the good move.
Oh, Queen H3 was the mistake.
Yeah, you should have played G5, and then it was like still better for black, but not too much.
King G8. Yeah. G5 here. Queen C6,
Yeah,
King G1. Oh my god. Well, now I'm very happy to hear that. I'm very happy to hear that.
yeah,
Holy
you
crap.
played pretty well, I have to say that.
Okay.
Very interesting game.
Good stuff.
When you were in time trouble, I was looking at all the lines and I didn't understand anything. So
You
I
didn't
think the
understand.
reason can be crazy. So like just some lines where the king is walking to e5 and just completely crazy. And yeah, wow. So I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I missed a line with Queen H6, check, Queen G6, and then takes, and then Rook takes E5 apparently. That's what he told me after
Yeah,
the game. And
yeah,
that's
that was possible, but that's just pretty
losing.
good for
Yeah, it's
no,
losing.
not
Okay.
it's -1.
Oh,
So
okay.
if you play very good, you can try to hold on, but against such a high rated opponent and with such low time, it's difficult.
I see. Okay. Um, I'll let everyone go. We'll raid somebody. Thank you everyone for watching. This was a crazy game today. We have an early round tomorrow at 10 a.m. CEST.
Yeah,
Hopefully, I'm gonna come back from this loss. But yeah, big learning experience. A lot to learn from in the opening. A lot to learn from in the middle game. There, very very saucy game. I
yeah,
will raid. I will raid Ellen, as all the
oh,
streamers of this tournament are done with their games. Thank you everyone so much for watching. It was a pleasure, and shout out to Max. Shout out to Max, the commentator, bringing out all the fun, all the joy. We appreciate you, Max. And
thank you very much for
Max
having
is
me.
gonna be round 3 tomorrow. So tomorrow evening, Max is gonna be the commentator. So look forward
Yep.
to that. Tomorrow is a double round. I'm so excited. GG's, Zach. Thank you, chat. I appreciate you so much. Bye. Bye, chat.
Bye
Goodbye.
bye.